Hello, everybody. Hi, R2. Hi, Ruby. Hi, Gloomy. I thought I had everything set up for the virtual canvas, and it turns out there's like a bunch of extra stuff I have to do. And it kept messing with actually being live at first. Which was unfortunate and not my intention at all. I thought, son of a gun. I thought it was gonna be okay. And it just wasn't. But that's okay. I will have virtual streaming set up for tomorrow, I guess, instead. Hey everyone. How's it going? Gloomy, I'm sorry you got caught up in the crossfire. Oh, it's okay. I wish I could show you, but I don't know how to show you without it being awful. You know, I'm gonna try something so I can show you.
My glorious human.
Hi, Retro. Hi, RGB. Oh my god. These headphones get so weird the second they get anywhere near my mic. Okay. So here's how I'm gonna show you what I meant. So if that big area here is my horizontal stream. Thanks. If this is my normal stream, then this would be like what mobile would look like. You know? And so there's like custom vertical canvas entries for every scene that we usually have. But since the canvas won't activate, you can't see them yet. Not yet. But how is everybody out there? How are folks? Yeah, I had to install a plugin for OBS that would allow me to have the virtual canvas because Twitch just sort of rolled out the ability to do that recently. And so I was like, oh man, I'm gonna get ahead of that back in June. And I installed the plugin to do that. I think we're gonna go with normal glasses. Mobile keeps crashing, oh no. But yeah, so there'd be like a way for mobile to look better. And I wanted to get ahead of that. And then everything happened. You know. Yeah, it's really mad about switching from vertical. Oh. Oh no, I wonder if I made mobile worse for right now. Oh no. Well, it doesn't say it's able to stream vertical right now. So all you should be getting is little things saying that vertical's not available on this stream. Huh. It keeps sending you to vertical. Huh. Had your first eBay Live show after signing the new contract? Good for you, RGB. How'd that go? Oh, weird. Okay, so it's showing me... It is showing me the vertical canvas that it says is not live right now. Hold on, let me check something. Yeah, that's right. Huh. But then again, it also didn't crash just now when sending it back to classic view. Weird. Huh. I'm sorry, R2. I will troubleshoot that some more, and I'll also see if that's something Twitch is up to. You're making new friends, bringing the message to the people. Good, RGB. Good. Good. I mostly blame Twitch. That's fair. I don't know what's going on with their classic split stuff right now. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We're going to play vampire-themed games today. I was gonna start with Vampire Therapist. But I actually kind of think I want to end with it. If that's okay. So I actually think Vampire Crawlers is on the menu today. I still have such a sore throat that I don't want to get into any of the games that are like intense visual novels with no voice acting that are on the docket also. So I think something that's mostly just us yapping with each other and trying to unlock new stuff at first is like the better move. So we're gonna do some Vampire Crawlers, and then we might do Vampire Survivors, possibly with a second player. We'll see. And then we'll end stream. We'll end stream with the last hour or two being Vampire Therapist. RGB, how have you been other than eBaying? I've missed you and everybody a lot. I feel like I might want to reduce the flashing, but maybe if somebody says something. Wait, what did I just do? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Sweet baby, please, please don't do that. Oh. Yes, please. I feel, how do I put this? Distractions are nice, I think is how I'm gonna put it. You know? I also, like, I never want it to seem like I mind taking care of my spouse in any way. But, you know, distractions are nice, sometimes, because they're just, like, just me thing. You know? And there's not been a lot of, like, existing for myself to exist lately. If that makes sense. Oh, yeah, Ruby, that's okay. I've been pretty open about it. No, it was leg. You're fine. So they got into a bicycle accident. There are these big cutaways in speed bumps in our, I don't know if they're everywhere, but at least they're more and more common here now, and bicycles can go through them. And in Greenway streets, you're intended to be in the road and not on like a bike lane. Bike lanes don't exist on Greenway roads because cars and bicycles share the street the same on greenways. So they're on a greenway, they're going down the road, they're going maybe like 10-15 miles an hour. I know people who ride city bikes way faster. Just pedal like demons and can go like twice as fast, you know? They're going 10-15 miles an hour down a greenway. They go in between the two segments of speed bump like they're supposed to. And the pedal caught on the speed bump because the speed bump was sticking up way too high on one side. We're thinking that it's the tree roots growing under the speed bump from all the trees that line the roads here. But we think that like one side of the speed bump was just like way too high. From like a tree root or whatever. But one side of the speed bump was so high in the cutaway that it caught their pedal and it jerked their whole bike, and so they went, and then the bike went into them and hit them right below. Let's see if there's a way to do this without it being weird. Hi, Nyx. So then the bicycle hit them right back here, below the knee. And where your knee connects to, you have one larger bone, which is your tibia, and then you have a smaller bone, which is the fibula. And the top of their fibula off completely. And the tibial plateau shattered into about a dozen pieces, and then the tibia cracked another like half or 2/3 of the way down. But yeah, they went flying and the bike went flying into the back of the leg, and they ended up about almost 20 feet away from the speed bump down the road. Maybe we might be able to, Ruby. They don't really want to make a fuss. or like deal with big stressful things right now. And so like I want to, but they just sort of want to recover and do their thing. And I can't like, I don't think I can force them to even as their wife, you know what I mean? So, but either way, so they went flying because of a speed bump being up way too high. And yeah, damn indeed. Hi Ben. We're gonna play some Vampire Crawlers for a bit, and then some Vampire Survivors, and then we're gonna play some Vampire Therapist. I think that'll be a fun way to spend a day. Ben, how are you? But yeah, Ruby, I don't mind talking about it, like, I haven't been talking about it all of the time, but I don't mind talking about it. In fact, I'll probably pin a message really quick, hold on. Oops, all vampires. I thought about even doing like vampire makeup and stuff today, but your girl is just so tired. Pretty decent. 2 hours left of the workday. I'm okay. I'm surviving. RGB, you said, I asked how you were, and you truthfully are stressed out a bit more than you'd like. Still ultimately fulfilled and satisfied with how work life and general existence are. Cousin has lived here for 10 years and he's leaving at the end of the month. Oh. Fair. Good luck with potential store. That's really exciting. Yeah, you're also, RGB, you're always welcome into my DMs to if you want, you know? And yeah, good luck, Lumi. Everybody's so cute. Okay. I am going to do a thing with no pressure on anybody. Here we go. There's a pinned message. And as much as master volume of 69 is very funny, let's try maybe 35? How's that? Still crashed on your tablet, is more stable now. Apologies. Oh no, R2, you're fine. I was catching up on how everyone else is, and then I was pinning a message at the top of chat because people had some questions, which are totally fine to ask. I already knew that with this being the longest break I've ever taken from streaming since committing to it, that like, how do I put this? I already knew that people would have questions when I returned because I've never been away for so long. And also, you know, y'all are my friends in my community, and I understand that you're concerned and you care, you know? I'm trying to figure out what I cleared up to before. Mad Forest, did we... Okay, we did the library. We did the bridge. We have not finished clearing the dairy plant. We haven't done the weenie bridge. Hi, Marin. Yeah, I love vampire crawlers. Also, you using that Moira emote just makes me so excited, because it makes me remember that I'm going to be hanging out with Moira in like 2 weeks. It's going to be really weird leaving for a week during all of this, but we have like friends and stuff who are going to be checking in and making sure everything's okay. And yeah, Ben, Vampire Crawlers is super addicting. Love it. Fantastic. Yeah, Marin, it'll be good. It'll be really nice to be there and hanging out with Thor and hang out with Moira and all the cuties. Get that sweet bag. They take really good care of their staff. I should have taken a different weapon. But we already have a gorgeous moon, so could be worse.
Take a beat.
So I'm sick still, and I'm trying my best to be so normal and fine. But my throat hurts so bad. So if I'm a little quiet this week, I'm sorry. In the name of the moon, you will vaporize everything that dares stand in your way. Right? So good. Okay, I think... think I'm not getting like anything I actually want. Which is unfortunate. But what I'm hoping for is actually more weapons. But in like specific weapons. I don't want just anything. Though it keeps trying to give me these freaking cats. And I don't love the cats. But if we're going the Sailor Moon route, it actually is kind of funny if I lean into just the things that are very Sailor Moon.
Silence, beast.
So we have cats. We have heart.
I say.
If I can, we'll get some magic wands. Sometimes I like theming runs, whether it's this game or Vampire Survivors. Magic wands. Yeah, baby.
Yes.
They're fine. Yeah, I don't like them very much. They are probably my least favorite weapon in Vampire Survivors. Okay.
Smart.
Yeah, cats, get 'em. We might not survive this run just because it's, because I took that wrong first choice. That's okay.
Take a beat.
Here we have bracers.
Smart.
Oh, did I just used my stone mask. Because I am a big, silly, goofy dummy. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's on me.
Silence, beast.
Oh yeah, I'm so screwed. Because this one's gonna hit me. Oh. I'm so hosed.
I say.
That's fine. We will do a better, more actually thinking about what we're doing run in a minute. Yay. New power-ups. Okay. And then... what do I have going on for my Arcana right now? Oh, right. Repeated cards are free. I do like that one a lot. Tech size 40, oh my god. That'd be crazy. Okay. Let's try this again. Get him. Hi, Spectral. It's so good to see you. We're just gonna cash that one out. I don't want those gems in the card that I want to put a gem in. Spectral, how are you today?
Silence beast. Take a beat.
Alright. Oh wait. Okay. Rough. I might need to use a different crawler combo for this map. Hi, Belle. Welcome in. We're having a really chill stream today, especially with how my throat is feeling. We're just vibing and playing vampire games and yeah, just chilling, you know? Oh man. Yeah, I think I have to approach specifically this level of Dairy Factory a different way. Because it is not looking super hopeful for our intrepid hero. Sort of. Yeah, they're like little minotaur dudes. Some form of bowlman creatures. I think that there is a bestiary. I could check, probably. If I go back out, I think there's a theory. Oh, it might be in the other game. I think. Oh, I haven't tried her card in this game yet. Oh man.
Age before beauty. At your service.
Are you ready?
Okay. We're gonna go with my boy Poe. I think he's actually who I want. And then I think we're gonna add a nun to this situation. Because the main thing for these guys to know is that none of them are going to be left alive.
The holy light heals. Oh God.
What this guy's doing with all this garlic, it's none of their business. I'm gonna get the Bible involved because we have a nun as a sidekick. gonna be great. Okay. Yeah, but there's like lizard people and bull people and skeletons and all sorts of things. In this dairy factory though, it's a lot of minotaurs. And like bipedal bull folk. Which leads me to have a lot of questions about what's going on with the dairy plant. Like, what are the creatures that they're milking for the dairy? But I don't really want a gem in those cards for right now. Okay. Yeah, as long as I take it slow and steady, this build should get me through almost anything. Am I hoping to find some better armor still? Yeah, of course. To your aid! I love Poe's voice. He's kind of exactly how I imagine him in Vampire Survivors. To your aid! I'm just a little guy with a little armor. Oh, my arthritis. You know, exactly how I imagine him. Yeah, better armor never hurts. Well, I don't know. Sometimes there's like good armor in games, but then the good armor weighs you down so much that, like, while it is technically better armor, it makes you worse at something you actually want to be doing, like stealthing, or it's just so heavy. I find that myself in that situation a lot in some games. Okay, we're gonna get our soul-eating garlic on. Hell yeah. Yeah, better armor that doesn't have any debuffs doesn't hurt. Sure, sure. Well, when you add that doesn't have any debuffs, so I can't disagree with that. Absolutely. And there's finally better armor, but it's with one of the evolution items for my weapon.
Luck, youngster.
Damn. Brood.
By your side. On guard.
Yeah, come at me, man. Taste my soul-eating garlic. If you know what I mean. I'm not gonna lie. A thing about this game that just sort of like scratches my brain in a nice way is like I really like the noise that this game makes. Which is probably so weird, and I'm sorry. But I really love the These games scratch our brains in many varying, weird yet satisfying ways. Thanks, R2. I appreciate you. I'm sorry that everything was being so glitchy earlier. No! No, I take it back. I don't want to use it. Son of a bitch. I wasn't paying attention and I used the evolution card for my whip. To your aid, on God. To your aid. Little guy. The way it goes with tech, yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I love when my mana costs are confused and give me mana back to cast things. That is kind of the best ever. So we have ads in 8 minutes. At that point, I think I'm gonna go check on the spouse and like swap over their laundry and stuff. And maybe take something for my throat. And then I'll be back. But that's a few minutes from now. I just want to give folk warning. I would really like this guy to die now. Yeah, I could probably do that. I have drank so much tea this week. It's just so hot that the idea of hot tea right now, even to me, of all people, just doesn't sound appealing. Because it's like 1,000,000 degrees. But yeah, that is probably the wise choice. I still can't believe that in the incredible amount of adding insult to injury that the professor got a cold last week.
One must rest.
Inner strength.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a lot. Luckily, it only lasted for like 4 days. And I'm on day 2 of feeling sick, so hopefully I'm not sick, especially like much longer than they were. I think that we caught whatever this is while we were at the medical center to get ultrasounds done to make sure blood clots weren't forming. It is always possible to enjoy tea, Belle. But I've been enjoying iced tea, which doesn't help as much for a sore throat as hot tea. And I'm really sensitive to heat. And it's like 1,000,000,000 degrees in here. So. It's so hot in here. During the ad break, I'm probably gonna put my hair back up. Which will also help. Oh, hi, guns. Type 3 floating around right now. Yeah, sand blast your hands. I'm so sorry. That's awful, Marin. I'm glad you're staying safe, but also woof.
The holy light.
Yeah, Belle, I've drank probably like 3 gallons of tea over the last few days. I love tea. It's just, it's so hot. I feel like I'd probably drink hot tea all year round if I had air conditioning throughout my whole house, you know? But alas.
Oh God.
Good luck, youngster.
Yes.
Lumi, you claimed first and second today, but you claimed first during the secret first few seconds of stream before it had issues, and then you got to get it again.
I say.
By your side,
Oh,
on
God.
guard.
Oh God.
Yeah, Ruby got it the second time.
Oh
On
God.
guard.
It wasn't for your lack of trying. You'll settle for secret first and official second. I appreciate your being willing and able to share. Okay, we're in the ad break right now. I'm gonna go check on the spouse and put my hair up and maybe make a cup of hot tea as well, or at least like grab a cough drop or something. I'll be back in a sec.
What a bunch of naughty boys. And then, indeed. Okay. And then our garlic herb mixture that's been steeping smells perfect. So we're gonna lower the camera so y'all can see. But we're gonna do a little bit. We're not gonna go too hard on this because I don't want them to brown faster than they bake. They look so pillowy right now though. I'm feeling good about these.
That is calculated amounts of terror that you can and will overcome. And it can be really healthy.
Chat mistakes were made, chat. Chat mistakes were made. There's the breaker, chat. Oh god, chat. Oh god, I'm gonna die, chat.
A car crash near Lexington Street Patrol. It was on Repo Street, close to my beat, up in the hills. So I got there fast. Driver's dead. It looks like an accident, but something's not right. They requested a proper look. Okay, so I can click on interesting things people say to gather clues from each conversation to construct things in my notebook. Okay. Like it. All right. During your night. Honestly, Stardew Valley is sort of the reverse of the Truman Show. I'm the only one that's in on it. I orchestrate all of your little lives. you going to therapy? It's because I put a rush priority on your drinking problem, friend. Your band got back together? Man, it's a good thing I told them that the band was worth giving a try, huh? I don't just grow your food and build your community center and your, you know, all of your things. Oh no. I'm everywhere. Brio, I may have, shocked and, shocked and confounded people earlier. But did it just kill Erica? And then the 2008 one doesn't even deserve to be on the list. Alone in the Dark 2000. So I just needed to know what was in Pandora's box. I guess I've got to.
Ass. God damn it. Fuck. Fuck.
I'll have to watch the Nazis die. It's gonna be awesome. Cute little bunny. No, David. David, don't do it. David, don't do it. David sucks. Literally, but also figuratively. David, no. David, no. I'm sorry, little bunny rabbit. Oh.
By the way, it is hunting. Hunt's over.
Oh, I'm losing my shit. Oh god. Okay. Chat. That's 1 minute and 10 seconds faster than the last run. Or, yeah, it was 1:41:13 was the PB. I don't know where you are. Where are you? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. You're gonna kill me and munch my booty tonight. No, I have no idea where. I have no idea where she is. I'm so screwed. So screwed. I don't know where this ghost is hunting from. Everything returns to piss. I'll make the rules. Love some moisturizing. Fictitiously.
Lost following you. This door doesn't open.
I hear a noise that sounds a little bit like what if Static was panting? And I don't like that.
Static was panting.
Like, what if
That is a
Static was
sentence
on
that
the
I've
verge
never
of an
heard in my
asthma
entire
attack?
life. What the fuck?
Me for real.
Okay, I'm back at our sign, and then there's the room.
Yeah. The Bugterus is where you want to be dealing with her.
No problem. Thank you for gaming with me. I will talk to you later. Oh god. That's so spooky.
I'm a spooky lady. Okay, good night, friend. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
That was too good. Oh, that was too good. That was ear elbow is real good. I'm sorry. What? What? Na 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 Hold on.
You beautiful bastard. How are you this good?
How are you this good? Oh, she's inside again because the burst into flames the second you stepped into the threshold, and I'm like, oh yeah, she's gonna do
I
her
had the
best.
same effect on my ex-wife whenever we had sex.
Damn. Okay. Welcome back. But even with the wonky mouse, back-to-back PBs, significant PB, feeling very good about it. And this card's for Katia, and I'll do it towards the camera just in case. Ah, good. The Fool. Katia, yeah, it's the universe's vibe for you right now, I guess. That's no joke, the Fool of this deck. Yeah, I guess sometimes he's right. Every time I beat the game. Hold on a second. Hold on. This is a new PB. The fastest time I've ever done was 1 hour 41 minutes 17 seconds. And this was 1:41:13. So here's our robin egg ceramic entryway with a place to deposit your shoes and coats. And then here's the bathroom with the cuck bathtub, as it was called. You're awesome. Maybell. Thanks. Okay. As soon as you heard the clip, which clip? What clip did I come back during? What heralded my return? Oh, was it Cocktub again? Son of a bitch. Just the fave clip of all time. Oh no. Ugh. Why? Why is that the clip? Classic, wholesome. Listen, everybody knows the context for that, right? Other than, like, what's clearly described in the clip. But, like, people know why that clip was made. Or, like, why that bathroom was designed and, like, why the cuck tub existed and everything, right? Or has that part of the lore been lost to history? You're clueless? Okay. So, there's something out there in the world called Dare Drop. And streamers can get copies of games and all sorts of things, sometimes other like bonus reward stuff, directly from like game developers and game publishing companies and all sorts of things. And it's really cool. But the thing is, when you sign up for a Dare Drop, it can be all sorts of things. And they're organized by difficulty. And so that game is a genuinely very wholesome little game where you're like designing an apartment or whatever, and you have various cities you can design them in, and it's really cute. And you're just like designing apartments and you're designing living spaces and getting your interior design on, you know? Well, my foolish self thought, what a wholesome, cute thing to do with the community. We'll design some apartments together. And I accepted that game and a dare drop dare that was to let only chat pick everything I put into the apartment. I couldn't do anything to the place that we were building without chat having said it first, and I couldn't veto chat on it. And it just had to be the machinations of chat. And I don't know what I was thinking, being like, yeah, that sounds good. But I did it. And so, of course, it was chat's fault. Listen, I can pull up evidence that that was the dare drop dare. There's proof. It was it was very brave of me. Thank you. Thank you for understanding the bravery, Gloomy. And so I load it up, and it starts innocent, you know. People are like, maybe this color tile for the entryway. And I was like, wait, why tile for the entryway? And they're like, so it's the easiest to hose down. And I was like, I'm sorry, why do we need to hose the entryway? Hello? What? And then it's like, and then the room next to that is going to be the bathroom. And I was like, oh, okay. And they're like, we're thinking this kind of tile for the bathroom. And then this kind of tile for the bathroom walls. I was like, oh, okay, which walls are going to be tiled? And they're like, oh, no, the whole bathroom. Can you also do the ceiling so it's easiest to hose off? And I'm like, why do we need to hose the bathroom ceiling? And they're like, okay, and then we need you to add... Now, mind you, Erica Please showed up, and I love Erica so much. But between Erica and my moderator, Feldheim... I'm putting some certain names on blast here. But between Erica and my moderator, Feldheim, and a couple other cuties in the community who I think would not find it as funny to be put on blast, they were like, we're gonna need you to add a shower. I'm like, okay, dude. And they're like, cool, scoot that over a little bit because you're adding another shower. And I'm like, oh, okay, dude. And they're like, okay, and then another shower. And I was like, oh my god, wait, how many showers are we adding? Oh yeah, Spectral is also encouraging like all of this, and it was so funny. And so they're like, okay, and then another shower. And I'm like, how many showers am I putting into this room? And they're like, oh, 7. And I was like, what? And then they were like, yeah, and then if you could just put in a tub, it's fine, it can be under one of the showers. And I was like, okay. And they're like, the tub is like the timeout zone. It's for whoever doesn't get to be showering with everybody else. I was like, oh, okay. I thought that's okay. Sure. And they went, and then you need to add, did we see a giant throne? We need to add that throne into here. And I was like, why does there need to be a throne? I thought the tub was for timeout. And they were like, no, the tub is for timeouts and for watching. The chair is actively participating. And I was like, oh, okay. And then they're like, cool, could we put mirrors to either side of that chair? And I'm like, what is happening? And they're like, oh, you haven't even... We're going to get back to the rest of the house, don't you worry. And I was like, is this bathroom... Are people even going to go be able to go to the toilet in this apartment building? It's diabolical, man. And they're like, the toilet's not necessary. And I'm like, but... okay, even if you're building sexy sex apartment time. Now, mind you, this apartment in the game is categorically, like, canonically in Berlin. So I'm like, even if you're building a German sex apartment, people still need to pee after sex. And they were like, oh yeah, good call, good call. No yeast infections for this apartment. Add a toilet. And that's the only way I got them to bargain to put a toilet in. And at first they were just not gonna put a toilet into the apartment at all. And yeah, just, it kept evolving from there. Like, there's the entry room. The entire apartment is tile. Floor, ceilings, walls, balconies. Everywhere was tile, so it was the easiest to hose out. And the entry area is for everybody's shoes and coats and stuff. And then the second room was just for people to put all their possessions so they're out of the way. And then the room off of the entryway was the 7 shower, 1 bathroom, and 1 toilet bathroom. The tub is right there. Oh no, the tub. That poor tub. Anyway, so and then the other main room of the building, right? Because it's just 4 rooms. So it's entryway, bathroom, larger place to drop everything off, and then like the main big room with like lofts and stuff had like 20 beds in it. There's like whole balconies that are just bed from one wall to the next. And then they're like, could you put like a bowl of condoms in there? I'm like, there's no bowl of condoms item in this game, you guys. You're the ones who took it here, not me. And like, not the developers, you know? And they're like, well, we want everyone to be safe in here. And so I took a big bowl, and there's a bowl for keys. And there's a bowl that I took a bunch of plain white throw pillows, and then I shrunk them down to be only this big. And then I just duplicated the like throw pillow item that was only this big like 40 times. So it looked like a bowl of condoms. If you didn't look too close. So there was a bowl with keys in it. There was a bowl for keys, and there was a bowl full of condoms on the kitchenette. Because in the main room that has all the bed and stuff, well, the devs had to watch this. That's the thing, Marin. It's a dare drop dare for the developers. I had to submit it to the devs when I was done. The dare drop people and the developers all had to watch this. Well, that's what a dare drop is. You have to then submit it, and it has to be watched and approved. So so I'm panicking the whole time, and I'm trying so hard to redirect. I'm trying so hard to be like, and what about like a toilet and stuff, guys? And they're like, nah. More clips. And more showers. Condom and key bowl. I'm like, there's, what about like a kitchen? And they're like, no, wait, no, hold on. It's important for everybody to like get to have snacks and water for hydrating and stuff. And so there's like a little kitchenette. There's a little kitchen counter in the main room. And that little kitchen counter has like the key bowl and the condom bowl and like a pitcher of water and some snacks, but nowhere to like cook full meals. It's just enough for snacks and stuff. And then we had to do the whole walkthrough afterwards. And then, yeah, I had to submit that for the devs and the Dare Drop staff to watch. And, Yeah. Yep. I felt like I was dying. And that's how I get banned from I didn't get banned from Dare Drop, but I haven't been like offered as many either. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure those very wholesome devs did not know what to expect. And definitely did not expect that. But, I love this community so much. But if you ever see somebody doing a Dare Drop Dare, Coco or D or any of the other friends or any other streamers, farther flung, if you ever see somebody doing a Dare Drop Dare, just know that content has to get reviewed. You can't hide or delete that stuff afterwards. Like, that's the Dare Drop staff are watching it, the devs are watching it, the publishers are probably watching it, like everybody. Just like Nintendo didn't expect the Korok torture or ritual sacrifices, but here we are. Yeah. When you're right, Marin. And you, my friend, are right. I'm sure at least one of the people who watched it got a kick out of it, yeah. You have to remember that some of our community are asexual. And so a lot of like fellow Demi and Ace people in the community, like Ace Spectrum people, were like, I am too Ace for whatever you're building. I am too Ace for what's being made here. My contribution is going to be, could you add like some extra pillows to that cuddle pit over there under the stairs, or like, I don't know, like one of the Ace friends was like, could you just add some noise canceling headphones to the balcony? And so there's like this little outdoor balcony outside of like a sliding glass door off the possessions room. And there was like a lawn chair out there and noise canceling headphones and like a potted plant. And it's like that was the contribution of our friends who were like, I don't know if I like how spicy this place is, but could we make like a little corner for like calming down and regulating? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. Because like even people who are into the spice of the rest of this building, it's a huge like vaulted ceilings, like 20-foot ceilings in the main room, vaulted ceilings place. And it's entirely tile, including the ceilings. Do you have any idea how bad the echo would be in there? Do you have any idea how bad the echo would be in there? Oh, there was also a really sweet sound system so that Muzak could be playing in the background and also announcements could be made. But there was like a really dope sound system in there. But yeah, it was entirely tile in every room. Yeah, I just can't imagine how bad the echo would be. Oh yeah, I liked sunken living rooms and like conversation pits. Also not for that reason. Belle, as a monogamous, asexual spectrum person, I cannot stress enough how much I like conversation pits for the idea of conversation, not for other stuff. Other friends would be like, so your conversation pit, can I borrow your house? But I'd be like, imagine the book clubs and crafting circles you could have in a sunken living room. For making your dream house. Aw. Hell yeah. Yeah. I'm a fan of a conversation pit. For sure. You know, Marin, if you weren't in a better country, with no reason to ever leave that country to go to someplace worse, I'd be like, man, you and Gino should just come be my neighbors. Fishbowl in the kitchen, too, for everyone's phones. Oh my god. You're ridiculous. There's this house that's like very 1960s that would look like right at home if it had a conversation built into one of the living rooms, or conversation bit remodeled into one of the living rooms, like the downstairs living room. It's split level, and it's on like a 12,000 square foot lot. And I keep trying to convince friends to move in there, because it was on sale earlier this year. A gated community for us and some Twitch pals. I don't know if it needs to be a gated community, though. I guess to keep all the creeps away, because Twitch has a tendency to attract that energy. To keep all the Twitch pals safe, I guess it would have to be a gated community. But, yeah, I'd be down. I'd be into it. Nemesis the Genesis, hello. Welcome in. It's good to see you, but also, it's so weird that you're not Sky Daddy anymore. Who would we hire as security? Marin, I used to do security stuff, and I know a bunch of security people. I have some folk I would trust with that, potentially. Erica's getting sick of your name switches. That's fair. It's so good to see you, though. Change your name color every time you change your name. Oh my gosh, please. Please don't do that. Marin out here creating monsters. Oh, I tease you about being monsters, but I'm just so happy to hang out again, I don't care. Chaotic silly alignment for sure. Playing the Wordle bot? Yes! Oh man. I can't believe I got Wordle in 2 today. For those of you who are interested, potentially, who are in my community Discord, in our common area under bot space, we play Wordle, and you can just join in. And we are on a 95-day streak as a community. Right now it's Sock, Genesis, my spouse, myself, and sometimes Benny and the Jets plays with us. You don't have to play every single day, but as long as our group keeps playing, it keeps the streak alive. And that's kind of fun. I don't tell people the word because I don't want them to be spoiled, but I do use the same word as my starting word every day. I think I've only used a different word twice, ever. But I use the same word every day to start. And the one time that was the word of the day, I lost my mind. You may or may not use it to your advantage. That's fair. That's fair. I love that your dad did it too now. That's fun. Okay, let's see. New mana. I'm sorry you figured out my word. I hope that doesn't change the dynamic for you at all. Plus they share their golf scores. Fair. He always wins. Well, I'm glad I can help you beat your brother. If there's ever something I'm passionate about, it's helping siblings beat each other at things. Especially brothers getting beaten at things. my fellow Portland citizen. Does your brother live in Portland? I didn't know that. I didn't remember that. I guess I should say. Huh. That's cool. Marin, I miss you being in Portland, especially since you haven't been in Portland since we became such good friends. And so the times that we've interacted don't really count. Yeah. That was also quite the bummer that you were here, but Gina was sick. Man, I hope this chest is worth it. Coin cards. Adds all color triggers. I'll take it. That's still not worth it, though. Good trip otherwise. Not a single retro game, though. Fair. Fair. That tome is so broken. I am so pleased with myself right now. Did you see that? That is kind of wild. Okay, this is gonna hurt. Oh, it only ended up being 11. Okay. Okay, that's crazy. I'm glad it was a good trip otherwise. You'll have to come see me next time you're here. Though I know it'll probably be a while. Yeah. total normal fight tactic is just assault people with really smelly garlic and then shoot them with a gun. I love when I can play my whole hand and end my turn with 16 mana left. This is crazy. I really like how this build is working out. So the more I look at this and consider the fact that there's a thing for hitting 40 cards in my deck, I can't imagine leveling up that much that quickly. Probably once I'm fully upgraded, but no time soon. Genesis, does that mean that you sometimes visit Portland also? Do you ever make it out here to visit your brother? I'm at 1000% luck. Hell yeah. Okay, let me think. How do I want to handle this? Dude has so much armor that even with everything I have, this is probably gonna take a while. To your aid. That's kind of all that goes through my mind when playing this game, and it really shouldn't be. Poe is my boy, you know? It's hard for me to not find a way to make a build where Poe just mops the floor with everyone and everything. Um. Ow. How did I not level up from that? Rough. Okay. The only thing that could help this build more is if I had the tarot card that allows me to bank some mana after each turn. After this map, I might take on the bridge. See if I can unlock a new area. I'm glad that this game doesn't mess up my birds. I really like my birds. That's okay. You're fine, Belle. Eight novellas. Nice. I know that exact feeling. That as if 20 other things don't need your attention too. Feeling. Oh no. Belle, that sucks. How did you find that out? And is it just pine or spruce, or is it other related trees? Have you gotten to have a doctor check it out since then? Oh my god. That's horrible. I'm so sorry. A card to duplicate. Don't mind if I do. A relic. Ultimate Ultra Overkill. Huh. Sweet, a new relic. Duplicating that card is ridiculous. Oh, Faye, it's so good to see your face too. Hi. Missed you. How are you?
Oh, baby!
You could have used that Prime Gaming anywhere, but you used it here. Thank you so much. 10 heckin' months. Wow. The prof caught a cold, I think, well, at a doctor's appointment last week and at the medical center. A real insult to injury vibe happened. And now I'm sick and trying to just ignore it so that I can hang out with all of you. So I have a bit of a sore throat, or else I'd probably be yapping a lot more. But other than that, you know, the prof is home instead of at a facility. And it's sad because they don't have access to all the cool things they had access to at the facility, but it's great to have them home. And to just be in the same place and get to spend time together. And I'm trying to take care of them to the best of my ability, you know? It's nice, cooking meals together sometimes and doing all the things, you know? So that's nice. They're healing okay, you know? Things are going well as far as healing and stuff goes. Hopefully they're starting physical therapy to improve some mobility and do some strength training. Starting next week is the hope here. Yeah. I can't believe that tomorrow will be 10 weeks since the accident. Or not 10 weeks, 8 weeks. 8 weeks since the accident. It's just been so long. You know, it's been a very long summer. But any day now, we should get the packet for the accessibility program through our public transit service. There's like ADA lifts that you can book through our transit service, and they'll pick you up from your house and take you wherever and back for the cost of bus fare. It's just very hard. Like, they're very specific about who they'll approve and all of that. So, hopefully they get their approval packet this week, and then we can start going out like on adventures and visiting friends and taking care of things. Yeah, it's a really great service. It sucks that it took until last week to get them the appointment to be able to like confirm whether or not they'll be able to use it. When we applied for it like weeks and weeks ago. But at the same time, it'll be so helpful over the next few months. I'm just happy that it happened at all, you know? And I'm happy that they got approved. And then let's see what else. I take a break whenever the ad break happens, just to like check in on the spouse and make sure everything's okay. And I've been using it to refresh drinks for my sore throat as well. But the ad break is like half over already. Let me just make sure everything's okay and take care of something really quick, and I'll be right back, and then we'll continue kicking monster butt. And we'll continue to catch up. I'll have to just watch the Nazis die. It's gonna be awesome.
No problem. Thank you for
Okay,
gaming with me.
I love you too,
I will
Faye.
talk to you later. Oh god. That's so spooky.
I'm a spooky lady. Okay, good night, friend. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
That was too good. Oh, that was too good. That was... I am bullet hell. Nobody talk to me about nothing. I am death. Did it just kill Erica? Oh, I'm losing my shit. Oh god. Okay. Chat. That's 1 minute and 10 seconds faster than the last run. Or, yeah, it was 1:41:13 was the PB. This is 1:40:02. I just shaved over 1 minute off on a run that I thought I wasn't doing that great on. Even with the wonky mouse. With the wonky mouse. Okay. Alright. And then the 2008 one doesn't even deserve to be on the list. Alone in the Dark 2008 is ass. It is absolute dog water. That game is so bad. But yeah. 213 New Nightmare. $2008, I guess. Fucking, I guess. Some people like ass. No, no, no. No, this isn't bad. This isn't good ass. This is like, how do I put this? Like, rank ass that nobody's taken care of. Not like fun ass. So I just needed to know what was in Pandora's box. I did. Oh, there's the. Oh my god. The screensaver that you mentioned. Wait, hold on. Is it gonna get in the corner? Is it gonna get in the corner? Oh, it's gonna bounce before it gets there. No, no, no! No! Okay, hold on. Okay. Kids, don't try this at home. I am being a dumbass. Okay, Rev. Alright, Rev. You must know where I am, right? Come here. You're so fast.
There's no way I can get into this thing. Better leave it alone. Hey, what do you know? I guess the combination. Ah, Detective Carn.
Ah, Detective Carnby, you beautiful bastard. How are you this good? I love that dialogue so much. And hey, the thing that we got was the original Alone in the Dark game. That's the cover to the original Alone in the Dark for the for DOS. All right.
You beautiful bastard. How are you this good?
How are you this good? Oh, she's inside again because the person to flames the second you stepped into the threshold, and I'm like, oh yeah, she's gonna do
I
her
had the
best
same
with
effect
this
on
one.
my ex-wife whenever we had sex.
Damn. Okay.
Chat mistakes were made, chat. Chat mistakes were made. There's the breaker, chat. Oh god, chat. Oh god, I'm gonna die, chat.
But even with the wonky mouse, back-to-back PBs, significant PB, feeling very good about it.
Our garlic herb mixture that's been steeping. Smells perfect. So we're gonna lower the camera so y'all can see. But we're gonna do a little bit. We're not gonna go too hard on this because I don't want them to brown faster than they bake. They look so pillowy right now, though. I'm feeling good about these.
Yeah, we're gonna find out who did the moisturizing. Love some moisturizing. Fictitiously. I orchestrate all of your little lives. You going to therapy? It's because I put a rush priority on your drinking problem, friend. Your band got back together? Man, it's a good thing I told them that the band was worth giving a try, huh? I don't just grow your food and build your community center and your, you know, all of your things. Oh no. I'm everywhere. A car crash near Lexington Street Patrol. It was on Repo Street. close to my beat up in the hills. So I got there fast. Driver's dead. It looks like an accident, but something's not right. They requested a proper look. Okay, so I can click on interesting things people say to gather clues from each conversation to construct things in my notebook. Okay. Like it. All right. During your night shift, a call came from above. A patrol officer reported a crash in the hills. Go check out that demo on 9 months later. I find that deeply unsettling. How is that not the part that people find what? Min made this. Remember that Min... David, no. I'm sorry, little bunny rabbit. Oh. And that's supposed to be a hand on the knee. And I just realized that it looks not like a hand on a knee. Everything returns to piss. I'll make the rules. No way. No way. No way. No. No. No, you don't do this to me, game. Hold on a second. I hate that it exposes everything I've ever played to y'all. Hold on. I need to check something. Hey everyone, I'm back. I have more tea and more iced coffee because I'm dual wielding beverages. I checked on the spouse, I stretched, I got fresh air, I took care of a task that my spouse needs from me. And now we can get back to killing cockatrice. Big iced coffee. Little tea. My spouse seemed fine. They were on the phone with somebody that they are not usually in contact with, which was interesting, but I guess sometimes in life incidences like these will bring people together in like the most unlikely ways. You know? Thanks for the welcome backs and stuff. Oh, water is good. Water is important. I drank water while I was up. I drank water while I was up, but then I only brought back the for fun drinks. Yes, everybody hydrate. You keep forgetting that you have advanced GG. Advanced iced green tea hydration. Oh, that sounds fantastic. That sounds great. To your aid. I'm a little bummed that, and like, I don't want to feel sicker. Don't get me wrong. I'm like glad that I'm not sicker. But if I have to be sick and I have to have a sore throat, I'm a little sad that I'm not in my, like Mrs. Big Head sore throat era right now. Because I love how when I'm certain kinds of sick, that it's all like, oh, Rocco, my wallaby love. It's just like how my voice sort of naturally progresses. I like become like a chain-smoking grandmother from the Bronx that's been, or like from Brooklyn, that's been smoking since she was like 12 years old. Back at the end of the war. Until like, well, my throat not being that bad is a good thing. It is a little bit of a shame that I don't get to do some of the fun voices that I only can do when I am sick as a dog. It's like the only thing that comes out, like good that comes out of having a sore throat. I'm in big trouble if or when these things hit me again. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's better. Bah. Okay, so I'm gonna have to ask the community on like every platform ever. But I gotta know, like I need to figure out if I missed any games this summer that I'm gonna need to play. You know what I mean? Like, is there any new hotness that either has come out or is being announced or dropped, some like fire demo that I might not know about? Has been a thought that keeps crossing my mind. Or is there anything that I should keep an eye out at PAX West for? To see if I might be able to get like a little peek at that before it's fully launched. So I can report back to y'all. About shop sims, they're fine. I find that unless it's the right kind of shop sim or it's just like particularly well made, they lose me eventually. but I find some of them incredibly fun. I can fuck with a shop sim. My Little Cafe Nightmare. Oh my gosh. That sounds cute and fun and interesting and like everything I need to know about it. Hold up.
I say.
Leafy Corner. I've heard good things about Leafy Corner too. I'll have to check these things out. Once we eventually finish this map, or right now. I got so close to finishing this freaking level. Bruh. Okay. Cute. Cute. Oh, hello, dear. How are you? It was good. I mean, I just got my ass absolutely handed to me. That's okay. It's a roguelite. You win some, you lose some. Hello. How's it going? I missed everyone quite a lot while I was gone. We made it far. We unlocked some new stuff. I'm okay. Okay, you said My Little Cafe Nightmare. Working on getting things together for next month. Yeah, I'm so excited for PAX.
My Little Cafe Nightmare.
I'm gonna see you at PAX, right?
Hi, I'm Seth, and this is my game, My Little Cafe Nightmare. It's a dark and cozy cafe sim where you restore a haunted cafe in a world full of ghosts. If you like Tim Burton style movies, this might be something for you, so let me tell you a little bit about it. You take over a random cafe and start serving drinks. During the day, cute ghostly guests visit your cafe and order from the menu.
Awesome,
if they
Phil.
enjoy your drinks and your atmosphere,
That's awesome,
they will
Commando.
give you a generous tip. You use that money to buy new coffee beans, unlock decorations, and slowly transform the space into something that truly feels like yours. As your cafe grows, you can automate parts of your workflow. Buy a dishwasher at a self-service station, or experiment with unique coffee blends by mixing different beans. At its core, it's about optimizing your setup and creating the perfect cozy cafe. But if you're looking for a bigger challenge, you can play in normal or hard mode. These modes introduce anomalies that affect your daily business. Sometimes helpful, sometimes not. So you will need to adapt. And if you're streaming, your Twitch chat can join as customers. If My Little Cafe Nightmare sounds like your kind of game, you can open your own cafe right now. Thanks for watching.
That's pretty cute. Bloop.
Hi, I'm Seth.
I wonder if the Twitch integration already is set up. And then, you know what, Phil, you might be able to answer, or I'm such a dick. We were just talking about, I'm so sorry. You know, we were just talking about what games people have been into since I haven't used my computer, in 8 weeks. Like, my first time using my computer since June 23rd was 2 days ago. And my question for folks was, is there something that's coming out this summer or has come out recently or anything that people have been really into that I should know about? Because I don't know what I've missed. All I've been doing is using social media from my phone occasionally when I have time. So, Commando, do you have anything that you've been super into or that is coming out soon that I might not have heard of while I've been on my own world? Oh, that has been everywhere, hasn't it? I've seen some really funny clips of this on Instagram. I saw somebody hide as the Statue of David's junk, and I might have laughed so hard I was crying. I'm not gonna lie, I might have teared up in a hospital cafeteria laughing at a clip of that. Yeah, no notes. It was so funny. This seems cool. I'm here for it. I don't know if I know anybody else who... I have 19 friends who want to play this game and 70 friends who already own it. Never mind. I was gonna say, I don't know if I know people who have it already. Well... Never mind. I might not have a shortage of people to play it with. You also mentioned Sworn. Hades, but King Arthur.
Peggy 16.
I mean, this wasn't this year, but I totally missed it. That's true. I mean, can I say I'm here for the soundtrack alone? Actually, this feels like... These glasses are more appropriate for this music. That's fair, Commando. I'm so excited about PAX. I should be working in Expo again, I hope. And so hopefully I can also spend all my breaks, like, peeking in on things. I don't know if with everything that's been going on, I'll have the free goodies if you find me again, but
You have made it far.
I'll see what I can do.
This is where your story
I just don't know if I know where all the supplies are to be spending the next 2 weeks crafting. Yeah, this looks sick as hell, and I don't know how I missed it, especially if it's a Team 17 game. Yoink. Okay. Well, cool. That's sick. I think I kind of want to play Vampire Survivors now instead of Vampire Crawlers. Let the roguelike flow through me. Build some absolutely absurd builds. What? 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 Eight-player Battle Royale Vampire Survivor Jujutsu Kaisen is insane. Things that were not on my bingo card for this summer. Commando. It's so good to see you. I'm so glad you're doing good. Yeah, when my spouse got into that accident and broke their leg, in June, after that, I had to, like, I've spent so much of the last 8 weeks, like, rearranging my house, rebuilding furniture, altering things, moving stuff into, like, changing things in our attic so it could be storage, and then, like, moving stuff into the attic to be stored so that I could move furniture out of other parts of the house so there was less to wheelchair around, and, like, building ramps and cleaning and doing all sorts of stuff. And so I just, like, I couldn't be online the way that I want to, and couldn't, like, keep up with people and their streams and game announcements and friends, and oh my god, my email has been insane. I've been trying to promise myself to at least, like, go through at least 200 emails a day, and I'm still, like, thousands of emails behind. But I'm really looking forward to PAX. A lot. Earlier, Belle asked about the Minotaurs. What do they actually call them? Let's find out. Did I already pass them? No. No, they're just Minotaurs. These Minotaurs... Yes, they're bulls. Yes, they're the source of most of dairy plants' milk. No, you really shouldn't ask. There's also Minotaurs, which produce a tenderer meat. Gross. I mostly think it's gross that their milk is more sour. And I don't really want to think about Minotaur milk. Yeah, of course, Marin, I appreciate you so much. Friends, I'm gonna turn on Twitch mode for now, so that y'all can pick what I'm taking. Or cause special events to happen or things like that. I'm still missing so many characters, dog. OT this week, so it's the least you can do. Yeah, of course, Marin. Bat Robert. Oh my god, I have to play Bat Robert. At least once I have to play Bat Robert. Oh, that's an Among Us map. Huh. You know what? I'm gonna play Robert Pattinson versus Santa, I think. Actually, we're gonna, Twitch mode after. We're gonna do Twitch mode after we play Robert Pattinson once. Bobbert once. I don't know what his weapon is. Let's see if any arcana affect it. Oh, it's affected by a mount. And that's like it. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's just bat swarms. Got it. I think we're gonna buy him a cherry bomb also. One Velodon of 8. Oh my gosh, Belle. Also, Belle, I don't know if you heard, but I double checked the bestiary, and those were minotaurs in that map when you asked before. Minotaurs. Yep. And then the other ones were just a different variety of minotaur. Sailor Light, welcome in. Hi, Shining Stars. Passing the torch on with a light raid. Oh my gosh, welcome. Let me leave you on this absolute banger of a soundtrack to welcome you in. Hi, everybody. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. It's so nice to have you all here. Also, I did see that follow alert. We have anonymous follow alert, so feel free to lurk, say hi, whatever's in your heart. But just know that you're a beautiful nerd, and I'm so glad that you joined our community today. Hi, Alleyways. Thank you so much for bringing friends. Oh my gosh. Bitter Beer, welcome in. Sailor Light, welcome in. Your emotes are so freaking cute. Can we talk about how adorable these are? Oh my gosh. I like the font and the lightning bolt in hello. It's very, very good. It brings like Fallout-y joy to my heart. Your voice is so calming. I love it. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Hi everybody, welcome in. I'm Fire Ashes. I'm a full-time variety streamer, sometimes charity streamer. I am a member of all sorts of cool groups. Let me show you some of them. I'm a member of the Twitch Women's Guild and Twitch Pride Guild, Together for Pride, and Limitless Talent Collection of Disabled Streamers. I'm one of the 4 co-founders of the stream team Neurodivergent Plus, where we're all Neurodivergent Plus, so much more my neurodivergences, because I'm very open about mental health and neurodivergence as a mental health advocate. My neurodivergences are my obsessive compulsive disorder, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and major depressive disorder, or chronic depression, as it were. But those are how my brain's wired different, and you're okay if your brain is wired different too. I am the head and owner of the Portland Online Broadcasters Association for the Portland metro area in Oregon and also Southwest Washington. And I'm a cast member of the Old Ways, which does tabletop role-playing game content. We have a roundtable talk show about industry news. We also have a bunch of actual play podcasts, and we sometimes do live actual plays as well on our Twitch. And I love it to bits. I get to be part of all sorts of stories. I've done about 13 stories with them now, and sometimes I'm a guest on other similar shows. but the old ways is my baby, and I hope to never not be a part of it. Even if I'm not in all the stories, because of course I'm not. We have a bunch of cast members, but I do love it. And yeah, that's a little bit about me. And what I'm up to. I have invisible illnesses and disabilities that I'm also very open about. But I am just a disabled, chronically ill, weird witchy lady from the Portland metro area who tries her best to be here and create a supportive corner of the internet where we can all get along and vibe and bond over the things we have in common, as well as the things that make us different and unique, you know? And if that sounds good to you, I hope you stick around. I hope you enjoy yourself here. I'm just coming back from a just shy of 8-week hiatus. I started streaming again yesterday for the first time since the end of June. It's been since June 23rd. So if anything's a little bit busted right now, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to make sure everything works again and find my groove again. So I hope you bear with me. Also, a fellow Guildie ×2, amazing. Sailor, I thought I'd seen you around. That's wonderful. Also MDD and Gad, nice. Understood. I'm gonna follow you really quick. A friend of Allie's plus a fellow Guildie, love to see it. I love that you've also been previously subscribed here before. I was like, I know I've seen your name around. Sailor Light, L. Emphasis on weird. Oh, Shrum. Thanks, bud. Shrum, I hope you're doing well today. It's good to see you. Yeah, that's a little bit about me and who I am. Sailor, I'm so sorry for not shouting you out better and sooner. By the way, my auto shout out is dead forever. And so I need to rebuild that. Here we go. What were you up to? How was your stream? You're a variety VTuber. Ooh. It's okay. I just have to rebuild some stuff in my bot. I will live. Let's see. Sailor does... Oh, making and crafting. What kind of crafting do you do? I'm seeing some Resident Evil also. Let's fucking go. Oh, and you know VK. I love VK. Your suggested shelf having VK and Sweet Wild Thing on it is top tier. Also, were you cosplaying as Jill the whole time you were playing Resident Evil 4, or do you just happen to look shockingly like Jill Valentine? I have so many questions. I have so many questions. Yeah, VK and Sweet are great. Went well, you're on day 2 of Pokemon. Nice. Okay, so this is new friends channel. You love to see it. Light. She, her. Okay. Variety VTuber mostly, with a super cool model. Started as a Fallout streamer. I'm doing Fallout every Thursday right now. You can sort of see my Fallout shelf here. There's a couple of my bobbleheads and one of my wearable Pip-Boys. And then some of my bottle caps. I have to repair it, but my cosplay stim pack broke the other day. So I have to repair it, but you can get the vibe. I just have to repair it really bad. but it even still works and is totally food safe. So, but I'm in a Fallout show that the Old Ways is currently working on, and we're going to be, when it starts airing, we are going to be giving away a Nuka Deathclaw bust and a custom Nuka, a custom Fallout skate deck and like a bunch of other stuff. But we've been working on it, and so on Thursdays I play my character Dr. Bobby, who is a former vault doctor who is now traveling the wastes with a Mr. Handy companion and a couple people she's met, and trying not to get into too much trouble. And I rock my Pip-Boy, and I cosplay as her, and I stream in character on Thursdays as her, but playing New Vegas right now, because the game takes place in the Mojave, and so I've been playing New Vegas as my character Dr. Bobby, just sort of making the decisions that I think she would make in those circumstances if she didn't have her companions to keep her out of trouble. And it's been very fun. I love being Dr. Bobby so much. But I love Fallout. It's one of my favorite franchises of all time. I love that you started as a Fallout streamer. This makes me so happy. Oh, don't worry, you're not late. Welcome in. Also, I'm so glad that you think that's so cool and awesome. Thank you. Also, hi Melpo, it's so good to see you. You love Cross Stitch. You were cosplaying as her last Thursday. That's so cool. Yeah. Started as a Fallout streamer. Now play a variety of games, mostly first plays of RPGs and JRPGs, very cool. As well as crafting streams from time to time. Nice. And then you're slowly getting into cosplay. I love to see it. I can't wait to see where you go from here. When you're not playing video games, you enjoy anything horse. Girl, same. Reading books. I think we're gonna be friends. Making art. Yes. Cross-stitching. Studio Ghibli. Yes. Sailor Mercury. My favorite Sailor Scout is Sailor Jupiter, but Sailor Mercury is pretty close. Jupiter's just my girly. FMA, love FMA. Spending time with your husband, your dog, and your 2 cats. What are your dog and your cat's names? What kind of dogs and cat? What kind of little cuties do you have? I'm married too. I have a spouse who goes by Professor Metal. And I understand the vibes. Sinrio, especially Karomi. Oh, we're gonna get along so well. Allie, what? And then let's see. What else? Yeah, your emotes are fire. Look at this snack. All out for hope. Oh, you're in the Fruities too. The Fruities are a sister stream to Neurodivergent Plus. Shrum, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Sailor Light. Sailor Light, please enjoy your lovable by your name, your emotes, your ad-free viewing for the next 30 days or however long you should choose to keep them, as well as your access to the secret clubhouse, should you ever be so inclined as to check it out, and your secret discounts on things like merch and my blog and stuff. A Beagle Chihuahua mix. Got it. Got it. So cute. Gilly, Benny, and Baker. Adorable names. Trum, thank you so much for gifting a sub to our new friend. Yes, we did make a new friend, Gloomy, and this person sounds awesome. Seems to be like into all the things. But yeah, you're part of the Dragon Clan and the Fruities, which are both like affiliated streams or stream teams to ours. Amazing. And then the Cuties, I have friends on the Cuties. Yeah, we travel in so many adjacent spaces. This is super exciting. this is so cool. I'm so happy to have met you. Allie, thank you so much for bringing your friend here. Very cool, Bean. Yeah, I'm so glad too. Thank you so much. Okay, so if we're getting back into kicking absolute butt right now, we're doing one map of Vampire Survivor, just checking out a character I've never played before, and then after this map, then I'm gonna switch to, at least for a little while, I'm going to switch to Twitch mode so that y'all can pick my items and make custom events happen. But I just wanted to know what Bat Robert is like. Because right now I'm playing as Robert Pattinson, you know what I mean? Like, his character name is literally Bat Robert. And he summons waves of bats. And I was so curious, I needed to know more. I think we're gonna grab a crown really quick. He's so cute. Also, I kind of messed up the build already, but it's okay, I can fix it. It's okay, I can fix it. Also, we're in the level where you apparently fight Santa Claus or something. Which is also a level I've never played before. So, this is so totally normal and fine. Oh, I have to go into the rooms and flip the switches, and then I can get access to the secret hidden items. Got it. Okay. Okay. Well, we're gonna want an attract orb. I don't need any items to level up either of these. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I just took the thing I'm gonna get for free in a second. I hope everybody's been enjoying Pokemon playthroughs with Light. I'm a really bad millennial. I never got really into the Pokemon games. It's not even like I dislike Pokemon or anything. I just, they never managed to capture my, like, hold my attention for very long. I tried with the original, like, I think I tried with Pokemon Yellow first, and then I also tried Crystal and Sapphire. But I've always just kind of found, how do I put this? Like, I like Pokemon in theory, and I don't mind an RPG. But the every few seconds battles that you can't avoid in any way, and then just the repetitiveness of, like, always battling, it loses me pretty quickly, and then I get bored of it, and then I forget to ever pick it up again. I do love an RPG. My favorite game of all time, which is also my favorite JRPG and RPG of all time, in general, is Earthbound. But one of the things I love about that game mechanically is the fact that, one of the things I love about that game is the fact that when you out-level an area, it auto-wins the battles for you as soon as you're strong enough that you could one-shot any of the enemies in that battle, and it's only like 1 or 2 enemies, then you start just auto-winning those battles, but you can also try to run away from the battles, or you could try to avoid the battles if you want to. Like, if you just don't want to be fighting, you can try your best to, like, find ways around it. So, like, if you see an enemy... So, like, if the enemy was over here and you're over here, and you see it before it sees you, then you could, like, try to leave the area and come back. You could, like, go out the door and come back in to try to sort of reset things. And so you don't always have to fight every single enemy that ever loads, which I really enjoy. And then the fact that once you're too high of a level, you can start getting out of things. I've always really appreciated. And that's not to say there's anything wrong with games that don't have those mechanics, but I think that those mechanics really spoiled me. If that makes any sense. Like, I just, I think... Oh wait, because I got that Santa water, I realized I'm not gonna get this item now. Ooh, unless I get... yeah, I'm not gonna be able to level this up just because I got this. Yeah, I messed up this build. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, so I do love an RPG. I just, battling constantly loses me a little bit in Pokemon. But the other thing, though, is that I love watching people play Pokemon a lot of the time. Like, I'll hang out for friends playing Pokemon because I'm chatting with people and I'm hanging out with the friends and stuff. But yeah, when it's just me to my own devices, I struggle. I struggle so much. What the heck is this thing? What's this thing that looks like Venom's mouth? What? Weird. But I like Pokemon in general, and I like the non... It's so funny, because I like the non-battle Pokemon games, too, a lot. Like, I really loved Hey You Pikachu, even though the mic was absolute garbage. And I really like Pokemon Snap and those types of things. So I like the franchise. Pokemon Go. Hey You Pikachu. I still have my Hey You Pikachu also. Oh, man. I keep saying if they remade Hey You Pikachu now, a lot of people would be so into it. You kind of want Pokopia. Yeah, Pokopia is pretty adorable. Yeah, I don't know, I think I want to hang out in and explore the Pokemon universe a lot more than I want to actually do the battling a lot of the time. I think in a different life, if I was alone in the Pokemon universe, I'd probably end up a lot like Ash Ketchum's mom. None of my Pokemon would be in Pokeballs, and I'd probably have some Pokemon end up in a Mr. Mime-like situation of just, this is my Pokemon that hangs out with me and goes on adventures with me and drinks Mai Tais on the beach with me. And has hands enough to put sunscreen on my back where I can't reach without me needing a person with me. I'd probably have mostly ghost and psychic type Pokemon. As far as what I would train. But I definitely think I'd have one corporeal one that had something hand-like that I could communicate with and be like, hey, buddy, would you sunscreen my back? Do you want cute matching hats? Hey buddy, do you like the idea of Hawaiian shirts? I will buy you one. I think that's my favorite thing about the Mr. Mime that gets sent to Mrs. Ketchum. Is that she like... Mr. Mime is living his best life. He really was like, hey Ash, you spited me and now I'm your stepfather, and I respect the game. You know? Mr. Mime really said, I don't need to be your friend anyway. I'm your father now. And, you know, vibe. I didn't realize that Pokopia was only on the Switch 1. It really came out that recently and wasn't released for both. That's kind of wild to me. What? Goes to show how much I've been paying attention. I had no idea. I really thought that was like a launch game for both of them, or for the Switch 2. Oh, just Switch 2. Got it, got it. You wish it was on the Switch 1. Oh, I misread that. That's my bad. Got it, got it, got it, got it. It was a launch game for the Switch 2. Okay, that makes so much sense. I'm so sorry. I have a cold, and my brain is running on half capacity. Doesn't have the processing power for it. That makes sense. Got it. Thanks, Light. I appreciate it. It's so funny, like, insult to injury for sure. My spouse broke their leg pretty bad, which is why I went on that huge hiatus I mentioned. And then, like, as soon as we get them back home from like living in rehab centers and stuff all summer, we take them on to like a doctor's appointment last week. Oh, we take them to a doctor's appointment, and then they get a cold. And now because I take care of them, I have a cold, but they're feeling better already, which is great. I'm glad they're not sick anymore. But it was just like so insult to injury. It was almost goofy how that ended up working out. It's really wild to me that is what happened. And so I'm sure I'll be better soon. They were only sick for like 4 days. I'm sure I'll get better too. But yeah, it was just... It's been a really weird summer. And my brain is soup. Okay, but yeah, A really weird time. Twin soup brains. There. Well, Gloomy, your soup brain also makes so much sense. Like, you get to add beating cancer to your resume soon. So you got alert to get ready for bed. So glad we met. Yeah, thank you so much. I can't wait to check out your streams soon. And it was so lovely to meet you. And I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. And thank you for the well wishes. We have so much in common that I have a feeling like that this is the start of something beautiful. Yeah, I can't wait to check you out soon, and I hope you get good rest. Gloomy, please. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna lie, the gaps in my resume, like I have had NDAs I've had to sign for projects over the years, including one as recently as like the end of 2024. But I'm not gonna lie, I just explain all of the big gaps in my resume with NDA, and I just don't say anything else. Even if the gap wasn't for that, you can't prove which gaps were and weren't from my NDAs, so. You know. Sometimes it just be like that. Okay, I'm starting to wonder if I'm going the right way to find any more of those levers with special items, or if I should turn back and go the other way at this point. Because none of these rooms seem to have levers and items anymore. And so I'm kind of thinking I might go back the way I came. It's also fun when an NDA prospective client asks you to list your clients and you legally can't give out names, yeah. 100%. Yeah, okay, so it says the exit is this way. Oh, it's just talking about one of these gaps. Got it. Yeah, I've had NDAs with video game companies and film sets that I've worked on, mostly doing background work, but still. And like a variety of other types of projects, and so oh, would you look at that? I went back this way and I found an item. I wonder if that's gonna keep trending that way, or if that's like the one exception. But yeah, so I've legitimately had NDAs in my life, and I can list some types of NDAs and companies that they were for, types of companies they were for, but not legally a lot beyond that. And some of those NDAs are still active. And yeah, sometimes sometimes that's the only answer. I don't even try to give more information. It's just it's great, Allie. Feel free to use that. And you cannot speak further, yeah. You know, other than messing up this build, I kind of like playing Bat Robert. Batbert, Robert Pattinson, Robert, whatever we want to call him. The character's name is actually Bat Robert, but I really like Bat Robert. I'm digging this. Also, I have so many weapons. You didn't leave them, you just chose to also open your services. Yeah. Yeah. That. Also, Marin, I realized that I didn't actually say it out loud at the time. I just giggled about it. Thank you so much for gigantifying Mr. Mime's booty. Of all the things for me to not acknowledge other than giggling about it. I'm so sorry. I was kind of hoping there'd be switches in there, but no, alas. What on earth was that flying robot just now? Oh, you're becoming a standard enemy, huh? Oh, buddy. Okay. Ooh, new switch. Nice. I have a new friend invite on Steam. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing? How are you this evening? Just doing a bonkers run for the heck of it. Yeah. Nice. Same. I haven't played the character Bat Robert before. And so we're checking out Bat Robert. I've been on a little bit of a stream hiatus for a couple months, and it's the longest hiatus I've ever gone on from streaming. And it's nice to be back, but I also have a sore throat from having a cold, and so we're just sort of enjoying some new things in Vampire Survivors that I've never seen before, and hanging out and chatting and just sort of living it up. Oh, this might be how the Bat Robert crumbles. Oh no. I really wish I had more stuff with knockback right about now. Fine. I do have Arcanas. I had 3 Arcanas on just now. Oh, some achievements. Nice. Let's expand all. So I have everything unlocked from version 1.0. Good. Cool. And then there are a few things that I need to do. Find golden fingers. Huh. Find the roast chicken with a clock in the middle of the end of the coop. I have a lot of stuff to do. And then you can sort of see where I stopped playing as much. Or haven't played since getting those DLC. So, I have some stuff. A mild kickback effect. Yeah. Yeah. I'm familiar. I just wasn't using that one because I don't like that card very much. And I was trying an experimental build. It was fine. It didn't work out exactly the way I hoped, but it was fine. You know. I think I like that character. I think we're going to come back to that character. What other characters have I not? God, there's so many characters I haven't tried. Gain stat bonuses every time anyone's weapon is brought to max level. Can't be damaged or deal damage, but disappears after reaching the time limit. Ignores walls. Gain revive whenever anyone revives. These are all very clearly built for co-op, so I'll play that sometime with my spouse. Your entire build, fair. I have like 4 main builds that I kind of rotate between. But I also just like experimenting, you know? want to check one thing really quick. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, I think I understand what weapon I wasn't recognizing earlier. It's an Among Us thing I haven't experienced yet. Okay. Who's your favorite character, Blade? Julia from the... Oh, cool. I'll have to play her at some point. I haven't done anything with the Castlevania DLC yet at all. Oh, fun. Do I have... I don't know if I have the Milky Way... No, I must have the Milky Way map already. Right? I think that's in version 1. Because you get that early. I think that's from the dairy plant. Is that ham? Huh. I think we're going to Mount Moonspell. Oh yeah, because the Milky Way map's the thing that lets maps work, right? So, sorry, it's been so long since I've played this game. We're on our way to Mount Moonspell. Because, yeah, there's still one relic left to go get. I don't know what that is yet. There we go. My attract orb is basically acting as a garlic now, which is awesome. Night Bell! Thanks for hanging out today. It's always a pleasure to have you around. Oh, Belle, remind me... I wonder if saying this will help me remember. Remind me that I want to DM you for advice about something. Because I want your specific input on a thing. Good night! Goodbye, friend. Okay, so I know where I want to head to, but I'm just trying to level up enough to get a couple more items really quick. Yeah, there's the map. I think we're just gonna head towards some of these items really quick and loop back around to the map. Oh my gosh, thanks, Floor Chicken. Floor Chicken out here saving my life. We need but don't deserve. Oh, for sure. Floor Chicken is... As somebody who in real life doesn't eat chicken, may I just say, I still love and appreciate and admire the hard work that Floor Chicken is doing. You know? Also, I shouldn't have taken this heart. It was before I committed to walking to these hearts. Speaking of which, I need to head up from here. I believe the hearts are in here. Yep. Yoink. You know, this guy, kinda wild. What a dude. Okay. Well, at least that makes it so I have less, I have fewer levels to worry about getting for one of the items. So we're gonna head north. We're gonna head towards that sword segment now. Or arrow. Okay. And we got our garlic. Now, would life be a lot better and easier if we also had a crown already? Yeah. Obviously. 100%. But we don't. So we have to make do with what we've got. I think this path takes me where I want to go. We're going on a journey. Going on a little quest. Well, it's kind of nice getting the Lancet early game instead of late game, though. Okay. We're gonna get a spinach later. We're getting another attract orb, so I don't need to keep leveling that. We're gonna get a duplicator ring and a sword. I feel a little bit bad for getting the getting all things that I get for free on this level, because usually what I try to do is get only things that I don't get for free, so that I can end up with twice as many things. But sometimes needs must when a timer drives, you know? Okay, so what I really, really want and need I'll take that. Is to level up enough to fill those last item slots, so I don't fill them all with the rings and the arrow. I really like this map's design, though. In my opinion, it's one of the only places that feels like a place. I've been trying to get the crown so I can get a gorgeous moon. And my rerolls just have not gotten me there, which I think is very unfortunate. Because that would help a lot with getting through this build. Come on. Please? No. Because if I rush around and get all of the levels items, I won't be able to get the item to evolve my main. I kind of also would have thought with all of my luck bonuses and everything. Nope. That I might get the frickin' thing I need to evolve. But no, no dice. Come on, attract orb. Help a girl out. I can't believe I've used all of my rerolls and still haven't found my crown. This is... and a banish. I don't even usually have to get to banishes to get that. That's rough. Oh, fun. Yeah. Oh man, Commando, I love this game so much. Do you have a... I need to check out the Walking Dead version, that sounds cool. Do you have a favorite character or like anything in this game? I kind of really love the old man who starts with the garlic. He's one of my favorites. Just going around in my rocking chair and being stinky at people to death. It's great. Oh man, I need to... Oh god. Yeah, that's on me. Okay, I need to... I think I'm gonna go back in there and just not worry about anything other than getting to that. Getting the map items. I hate not taking this. But if I don't take it, but if I take it, then I won't be able to do any damage. So I have to. Well, I'll do very slight passive damage, I guess. No, I have to. Son of a bitch. both the things I would have killed for the whole last map, and I had to roll past them because it was my first level. Rough. That's okay. I think maybe we're gonna go straight for that item, and then we'll go around to get all the other stuff. I think we're just gonna do it in the reverse order. Relic first, then everything else. Wait, how did I accidentally clicked a fire wand? Oh. Kill me now. I want that item, but I'm a little worried about my pentagram. Oh, finally. Oh my gosh, finally. Oh. Alright, okay, I feel good about this build now again. I'll be okay. Everything will be fine now that I have my crown. It's just gonna be different than what I wanted. Okay, and now that my pentagram just went off, it's time to run over and grab that map. Hey girl, I like your back arms. That's gotta be helpful if your back ever itches, I guess. That's cool, I suppose. Nice. Yeah, great. Oh, this map is awesome. Hello? That's very cool. Oh, that is way earlier in the level than I want that. But I got the relic, and that's all that really matters to me. So I'll be okay. I accomplished what I wanted out of this map, out of this run. Commando, if you really enjoyed this game, have you played its sort of in-universe but not the same genre side game that's come out? Same creator, same universe, same bestiary, etc., but it's like a turbocharged deck dungeon crawl roguelite. This is what we were playing earlier, and it's very good. always love an empty tome with a gorgeous moon build. I really want that chest, but I'm not gonna wade through all those guys for it right now. Just a lancet. Rough. That's okay. I find it interesting how few passives it's been giving me. I love when the big crowds of things push everything through the Lancet, and there's just like this big wave of frozen stuff. And then you can just walk through it and break everybody. Okay, we got the map. We got the map. That was our last unlock for the Legacy of Moon spell. Santa. Oh man. Why do you have, wait, 8 weapons? Sometimes things will give you extra weapons, or the map will give you extra weapons. There. Hey, you asked, and I don't know what you don't know. 5 of your weapons are unions? Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah. That is also true. Oh, I already got in the map. Huh, I don't remember doing that. Weird. Oh well, it's been like a million years. It's fine. Nice. That's fun. Okay, so we have an ad break starting in 7 minutes. And then, we have an ad break starting in 7 minutes, and I'm gonna go check on my spouse and refill drinks and all that. And then we'll come back and probably swap to a vampire therapist for a while. Our third vampire game of the day. The only unrelated one, but tangentially still vampires. I like that I can just stand here and it's just gonna deal with folks for me. Okay. That's that. I have a feeling like all the little crewmate dudes are passives. So I'm gonna focus on passives for now. I think this is just a big pile of passives to pick up. Sometimes when I do like really bonkers builds, it ends up being dogs. Hi Erica, hi T. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. Hi, Zaz. Let me snooze ads. Snooze. Hi, everybody. Erica, how are you? How was your stream? Excuse me, sorry. There we go. Got a run done. So close to popping off the big run. Oh man. That's so real. Well, I hope you pop off the run of your dreams soon. Hi, babe. It's good to see you, everybody. Hi, everyone. I'm Fire Ashes. I am a full-time variety streamer, sometimes charity streamer. I am a member of the Twitch Women's Guild and Pride Guild and Limitless Talent Collection of Disabled Streamers and Together for Pride Collection. And I love Erica. I love Erica so much. It's wonderful to have y'all come in with her. I hope you had the best time rooting Erica on. Vamping is going well. We were vampire crawling earlier. Now we're vampire surviving. And then after toying around with this map just a little bit, we are going to do some vampire therapizing. I'm gonna switch to vampire therapist for the end of stream probably, but been having a good time. Oh, the garlic is so good. Poe is like my favorite character to grab. I love him so much. It goes Poe and then Christine pretty immediately out the gate. But yeah, garlic is just so good. But I was just going through getting a couple relics and stuff like that while hanging out. Seismic activity. Press the button to shift the planet's tectonic plates. Oh, crap. You know what? I'll come back for that item. Let's go press that button before everything dies. For those of you who do play Vampire Survivor or Vampire Crawler, since it's Vampire Survivors and Vampire Crawlers are both like the same developer using the same items and monsters and same world and everybody, does everyone have a favorite either item or like character to start as? Night Alley, it was so nice of you to come by, and it was so nice of you to bring friends. Thank you. It was really nice to meet Light. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Good rest of your day. Okay, let's go get that item. Oh, this is all just monsters and decoys and things. Okay. We actually need this building down here. Yeah. There it is. This map makes all the buildings so much larger than they are in Among Us. One of the girls. Do you remember what weapon she starts with? By any chance? Might have been blades. This is the Among Us crossover map in Vampire Survivors, Sazdak. So it is not Among Us, but it is also Among Us. Yeah. I definitely am partial to other social deduction games. But this is a good mashup. It's cool. Okay, so there's not an entrance to the building where I thought there would be one. Awkward. Awkward. Oh, the Rune Tracer. Yeah. I do like the Rune Tracer a lot. My gosh, I would die for a freaking attract orb right now. There's so much experience just like all over the freaking map. Oh no, I don't know that we've gotten any floor of chicken yet. Hi, Ginger. Oh, enjoy your daily treat. S'mores twice in a row. Heck yeah. Okay, I'm going the right way. Oh no. I gotta go press the button again? Crap. Crap. Dig it. There we go. Okay, now to go deal with the emergency. Is the emergency button in the same place? Yes. And then we'll go get more ghosts and mini characters and things. Followers. Whatever. Oh, just normal floor chicken. Floor chicken still just looks like floor chicken. Oh gosh. By the time I get there, I am gonna be cutting it close. Please don't die. Please don't die. Crap. Rip. Okay. Well. That's not nothing. I got close to surviving 15 minutes. I did not evolve that. Maybe we play this map another time instead of switching to Vampire Therapist. I do need to go on a little break, get more hot beverage for my throat, and check on my spouse. I will be right back. Thank you so much again for that raid. I'll see you all in just a couple minutes. Enjoy the clips while I'm gone.
No problem. Thank you for gaming with me. I will talk to you later. Oh god. That's so spooky.
I'm a spooky lady. Okay, good night, friend. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
That was too good. Oh, that was too good. That was. But even with the wonky mouse, back-to-back PBs, significant PB, feeling very good about it. Something's not right. They requested a proper look. Okay, so I can click on interesting things people say to gather clues from each conversation to construct things in my notebook. Okay. Like it. All right. During your night shift, a call came from above. A patrol officer reported a crash in the hills. And if you're wondering who Lucas is, he was the guy earlier who lost his left hand and has an unstable relationship with a sister-like figure. And no, I don't mean Luke Skywalker. And I also don't mean Jaime Lannister. He's the other guy who loses that hand and has an unstable relationship with a sister-like figure. Who has light brown hair. And a name that starts with an L. Yeah.
Good.
How are you this good? And that's supposed to be a hand on the knee. And I just realized that it looks not like a hand on a knee. I am mortified. I am so glad. Hold on. I mean, it's way too far. That was too good. Oh, that was too good. That was... Oh, I'm losing my shit. Oh god. Okay. Chat. That's 1 minute and 10 seconds faster than the last run. Or, yeah, it was 1:41:13 was the PB. This is 1:40:02. I just shaved over a minute off on a run that I thought I wasn't doing that great on. Even with the wonky mouse. With the wonky mouse. Okay. Alright.
Hunt's over.
So, here's our robin egg ceramic entryway with a place to deposit your shoes and coats. And then here's the bathroom with the cuck bathtub, as it was called. The throne, made out of washable fabrics and waterproofed. 5 shower heads with a spotlight for each one. And a toilet because, fine, people need to pee. That's important. We have the room for depositing your clothing and bags as needed. A place for your stuff to be safe. Oh god. Even the third person view, or first person view, decided it wanted to hide in a corner so that I can enjoy the full thing. But go check it out. Go check out that demo on...
Lost following you. This door doesn't open.
I hear a noise that sounds a little bit like what if Static was panting? And I don't like... Did it just kill Erica? Honestly, Stardew Valley is sort of the reverse of the Truman Show. I'm the only one that's in on it. I orchestrate all of your little lives.
Chat, mistakes were made, chat. Chat, mistakes were made. There's the breaker, chat. Oh god, chat. Oh god, I'm gonna die, chat.
No way. No way. No way. No. No. No, you don't do this to me, game. Hold on a second. I hate that it exposes everything I've ever played to y'all. Hold on. I need to check something. So I take a screenshot of every time I beat the game. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm sorry. What? 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 Na 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 na. Hold on. I don't know where you are. Where are you? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. You're gonna kill me and Munchmon. I guess I've got to.
Ass. God damn it. Fuck. Fuck. God damn it. Fuck.
There's a cute little bunny. No, David. David, don't do it. David, don't do it. David sucks. Literally, but also figuratively. David, no! David, no! You're building 2 games at the moment. Ooh! Oh, there's the... Oh my god. The screensaver that you mentioned. Wait, hold on. Is it gonna get in the corner? Is it gonna get in the corner? Oh, it's gonna bounce before it gets there. No! No! Okay, hold on. Let's try that again. So through here, we enter the maroon room, where we have couches and cuddle pits and a little like bar area with coffee and stuff. And then this loft has a cuck chair and a single bed. And then up here on the higher loft is what we're calling Mega Bed. And we just finished building Mega Bed. So. Yeah. This house is far too horny for me. Me too, Pixel Chomps. Yeah, we're gonna find out who did the Moida Rising. Love some Moida Rising. Fictitiously. Kitia? Yeah, it's the universe's vibe for you right now, I guess. That's, no joke, the fool of this deck. Yeah, I guess sometimes he's right. I am bullet hell. Nobody talk to me about nothing. I am death. I am Fiery Ashes, destroyer of worlds. Do not talk to me or my little cowboy friend ever again.
So we're gonna lower the camera so y'all can see. What? I'm just gonna do... We're gonna do a little bit. We're not gonna go too hard on this. Because I don't want them to brown faster than they bake. They look so pillowy right now, though. I'm feeling good about these.
Earlier we were looking for flanges for a while. There was a lot of looking at pipe nipples, and poly plugs earlier. But my god, female drop ear nipple, or not ear nipple, the crimp female drop. 9 months later. I find that deeply unsettling. How is that not the part that people find what... Min made this. Remember that Min... I'll have to just watch the Nazis die. It's gonna be awesome. Shocked and confounded people earlier by, quote, hitting bad guys in the Moldassies.
So, hang in there.
And then the 2008 one doesn't even deserve to be on the list. Alone in the Dark 2008 is ass. It is absolute dog water. That game is so bad. But yeah. 213 New Nightmare. ...2008, I guess. Fucking, I guess. Some people like ass. No. No, this isn't bad. This isn't good ass. This is like... How do I put this? Like... rank ass that nobody's taken care of. Not like fun ass. Cess. Than when real life is horrifying. Everything returns to piss. I'll make the rules. Oh, that works so well. So she won't spawn where you're looking, so you want to look away from this whole room as quick as possible when she first gets away from you. And hopefully she'll just respawn in here. And you can keep her in here. Hopefully, ideally. I've returned. It is like 800 degrees in here. So if you can hear my computer freaking out, my mic is picking up the fans. So, but I'm back and with beverage and throat feeling all right and spouse checked on. Thanks. Okay, I'm gonna handle that a little bit differently. I'm just gonna check those unlocks to make sure that they're not in specific levels. Yeah, it's just survived 15 minutes. But I think it has to be in that map for the evolution items. So. I really like this song a lot. Absolute banger of a song. Okay, I'm gonna try my best to get passives first so I can pick up everything. I'm a little curious what the labs look like, just because I don't know if I've seen that part of this map though, so... Zaz, I hope you've been doing well. It's good to see you.
It's like the age-old saying goes, home is where you recover.
Oh my god, is that the Amber? Oh my goodness gracious, what? Amber, you are valued, you are worthy, you are loved, you are sweet. Amber, it's so good to see you. Oh my gosh, I've missed you so much. Being away from the internet for 2 months, I missed you so much. I love you too. Oh my gosh, okay, hold on. Let us welcome the raid in properly. Hi, raiders. It's very nice to see you all. Amber, Ethan, Frogs, hello. I've been trying my best. As the pinned message sort of talks about, for those of you who don't know, there was an accident and my spouse broke their leg really bad back in June. And I've spent the last 8 weeks, well, I spent 6 weeks preparing our house. Well, they were in alternating between the hospital and other facilities for rehab and stuff. And then I spent the last 2 weeks traveling back and forth from where they were to our house and like commuting 50 miles a day round trip so that I could work on stuff and bring them home. And now they're home. And so I am back and I'm here. And I finally am streaming again because I'm home for more than like just sleeping. And it's really nice to have them back. But it also means that I was away from streaming for 8 weeks. 8 whole freaking weeks. And it's the longest that I've ever been away from stream or my community or anything since I decided to make this my career back in 2019. And so it's the longest I've been away in 7 years from streaming. And so I missed my 7-year affiliate anniversary and I missed my 11-year streamer anniversary. So we're having a big party next week. So there's going to be a big party stream on the last Saturday of August to celebrate 7 and 11 years respectively, and being back and everything else. And it's going to be also very funny because we're going to celebrate me being back and 7 and 11 years.
Listen, no.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the 250 bits. You're so sweet. But we're gonna celebrate those and being back, and then I'm gonna leave again to go to PAX West for I'll be in Seattle for a week. And I'll make content from PAX West around my enforcer shifts. And then I'll come back and report to all of you all the cool games I saw and all the cool demos I tried and the developers I met and all of the things. And then we'll be back to like normal streaming. So yeah, it'll be for good and fun. I'm an enforcer at PAX every year, so I staff usually the expo hall. If anybody out there is going to make it to Seattle or make it to PAX West specifically, feel free to hit me up and say hi. And usually I have goodies with me. I don't know if I'm going to have it in me around streaming and being my spouse's caretaker and everything to make like 200 to 300 crafts to bring with me to give to people like usual if you meet me at a convention. But if you're in the Pacific Northwest, say hi. I had the pleasure of meeting Analog Amber and Ethan, the lovely Ianyo, at Summer Games Done Quick last year. Amazing people, wonderful people. I love them to bits. I've known them for years, thanks to Game on 10 Lupus especially. But Amber and I share so many spaces, and Amber is just the bee's frickin' knees. The cat's pajamas. Other animal objects and possessions for sure. Aww. And if you don't know me and you came in on that raid and you're still here, I'm part of all sorts of really cool things and initiatives. I'm part of the Women's Guild and Pride Guild, Together for Pride and Limitless Talent Collection of Disabled Streamers. I am one of the heads of and one of the co-founders of the stream team Neurodivergent Plus, where we're all Neurodivergent Plus and much more. Amber is also on that team. I'm the head and owner of the Portland Online Broadcasters Association in Oregon, also serving Southwest Washington. And I'm a cast member of The Old Ways that does primarily tabletop RPG podcasts, but we do actual plays on Twitch as well. And like a roundtable industry talk show about what's going on in the world of gaming. And we do all sorts of live content at conventions and stuff. So if you ever want to check out TTRPG stuff, one, I have a lot of opinions on hundreds of systems, and two, I make TTRPG content. Just not on this channel usually. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. I am feeling out my schedule now that I'm back, but also I'm needed elsewhere. So I'm streaming every weekday this week, and I'm streaming 6 days next week. While sort of getting a feel for what works best for me and mine. Amber, what were you up to? I've turned... I don't have my auto shout out that I had before anymore. Because, well, in some ways, it was pretty harmless. In other ways, I don't want to deal with the specific thing that it was powered by being part of my channel. So, I need to set up a new auto shout out that's better and programmed by me instead of other people. But Amber, I'd love to hear what your stream was like. I'd love to hear what you've been up to. Also, you have wonderful opinions on video games. And I've been away from the internet for 8 weeks. So if there's anything that you know of that has come out or is coming out later this year that you've heard rumblings of at all this summer, feel free to let me know what you're excited about. Also, I can keep an eye out for stuff about it at PAX, but also so that I can just, know what's up. Because I literally was like going to the hospital or going to the physical rehabilitation center and then coming home and working on building a ramp or like rearranging furniture. I even lowered our bed by a foot because it was too tall. But I'd like come home and work on some project and then into bed, and then I'd wake up and it was time to do it all again. And so I missed a lot of stuff. You played Apex with Ethan and Coral. It was really fun. You just needed some shooties tonight. Nice. We played some Vampire Crawler. And now we're playing some Vampire Survivor, getting stuff that I was missing. And then depending on how much stream is left after I finish this map, then we might play a little bit of Vampire Therapist. I just wanted to spend the day with vampires, you know what I mean? With a little baddie with it today. Also, Amber, I don't know if you are ever on mobile. I also don't know if you've done anything with like vertical canvases with your stream, but I made vertical canvas scenes for stream, and while it's not perfect, I'm very excited about it and also very stressed out about it. Oh, think about it. What's up? You're in your last week of grad classes for the quarter? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, are you crushing them all? I bet you're crushing them all. You're so wonderful and so smart. I bet you're absolutely killing it. Quark! Hi, Quark. Quark, it's so good to see you. Hello, thank you for resubbing. I missed you so much. I missed everyone so much. I am so excited to be back. I am so tired. There's been a lot of insult to injury. I hurt my hand, and whenever I'm not streaming or helping with my spouse with stuff, my hand has been in a brace. And I have a cold right now. I have a sore throat at the moment. Cause when we were at a doctor's appointment for my spouse last week, my spouse caught a cold, and then I caught a cold taking care of them. And so I'm hoping I'm halfway through being sick, cause they were only sick for 4 days. There's been a lot of insult to injury. I'm tired. I'm mostly just very tired. If I had to pick a way to describe how I am and how things have been, mostly exhausted. But the rest of it is very, very, very excited to be back with all of you and streaming again and hanging out and catching up with friends. And I was gone for both of my stream-related anniversaries. So I was just telling Amber and her raiders about how we're doing a big double anniversary party. The Saturday after this one, we're celebrating my streamer and affiliate anniversaries because I missed them while I was gone. Yeah, a big double anniversary comeback blitz, for sure. Yeah, Amber, Quark, the prof and I are just so tired. I would love to catch a break someday. But for right now, I'm just, happy that we're both still here and existent, and that I am still so fortunate to come back to so many people still supporting me. I feel like Amber and others in creative endeavor spaces totally understand what I'm about to say, which is just it's incredibly nerve-wracking being away for really long periods of time, because there's always the thought of how much am I gonna have to rebuild when I come back, and who's gonna still be there, and how will people still be there, and have I been gone so long with such short notice that people will have moved on to other stuff or just be too busy when I get back, and not be around. And it probably sounds silly to some people who are just friends and viewers and just super excited to be around and support and vibe, but it's really, really stressful to be gone for a long time. And being gone for nearly 8 weeks, when the longest I've ever been away before was 3 weeks when I had COVID and I was literally bedridden for 3 weeks, and then I came back while I was still sick but no longer bedridden. And so to be gone for 8 weeks was just terrifying. And so I'm really grateful and flattered to come back and have so many friends still around and so many people supporting me and all this stuff. I don't know. So I'm tired, but I'm also really grateful and I'm really excited. And I was really lonely the entire time I was gone, and I feel a lot less lonely now that I'm back too, which is really nice. Yeah, especially when it's your full time. Yeah. I also got some really, I feel like I got news that's gonna be really triggering for some people, so I'm not gonna talk about it on stream. But I got some news, that is a little stressy and would be triggering enough for some people. I'm not going to say what it was, but it does mean that I might go back to college also. So we might all just be doing college stuff soon. I'm not going to say more than that because I'm not sure it's going to happen or when, but I might once the prof is walking again. Weirdly enough. I love that y'all are just talking about you're going back to college and doing all these things, and my weird stressy thing looped back around into thank you. I appreciate it. I'll probably also put something about it in my Real Talk channel. That's my opt-in serious topic trigger warning space. It doesn't always have to be bad stuff, just stuff that might be a little jarring and is super serious, and if you post in there it's for supportive conversation and not memeing. But, yeah. It's gonna be funny going back to college surrounded by youngins. Yeah, oh, for sure. That's gonna be a real interesting time. But you can do it. Thanks, Franz. I appreciate you so much. But yeah, like, weird stressy thing also happened to come with an offer of like, well, this might be going on, but that also means that you might have help paying for your college. Because I only quit going to college way back in the day, when I did the last time. The third time I went to college. I quit because I had run out of financial aid. And then I spent years paying like almost $600 a month in student loans. Back when I was employed differently. But I wasn't itching to get all my student loans back again. You know what I mean? So, it wouldn't be grad school. I'd be going back for like another bachelor degree situation, but gonna go be surrounded by all the youngins. Also working on a move to New York for it is wild, Quark. I hope you have the best time. I hope that you're so successful. And then Amber, you starting grad stuff over the summer. Look at you go. Paid off for undergrad. Yeah. It's really strange when you have been in a career and they haven't, and you have this experience and they just don't know. Yeah. Even told you look young. Do you make a pin that says I was born in 1985? Ask me anything. Amazing. Incredible. I mean, whatever floats your goat, you know? Also, I really need this game to give me the frickin' Skull of Maniac. I'm going to scream. Give me my last item. Maybe if I evolve some of the, or maybe if I level up some of the stuff I have now, it'll someday give me what I seek so desperately. That's awesome. My spouse lived in New York for a little bit. I've never lived anywhere else. I've traveled a couple places, but I've never lived not in the Portland metro area before. But I would like to travel more. And I want to see New York so bad. And I want to go visit the babe with the who lives in New York State. And I have some other friends who live in New York. And so maybe I just need to go on like a East Coast tour. And yeah, Amber, good job on the A's. Hot diggity dog. God, I'm so proud of you all. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Now let's do our little god walk. Okay, so I should have grabbed this last because I don't know if any of the oh, I should have just taken the thing that I like. Damn it. I should have just taken it. I'm so silly. Guess I'm taking the healing. Okay. Time to do my little god walk. hope all you little mini stage bosses have a really bad time with this. Thank you. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have picked this one thing up, because now I can't get my garlic. And I love my garlic so much. It's okay. Highly likely to message you. Yeah. We moved upstate for a bit to the Hudson Valley, and it's gorgeous. So proud. Oh, I bet you are, Ethan. Your spouse is pretty badass. I would be kind of shook if you weren't. Garlic. Oh, speaking of garlic, I went to a garlic festival with my spouse. We like took we took it easy with their wheelchair and took it very slow because it wasn't even ground. But for a little while right before our house was ready, we stayed at a friend's sort of mostly ranch style home. There's like one step in one room, which was really annoying. But it was there was a festival out on the like outskirts of the metro area that was dedicated to elephant garlic. That just happened to be happening earlier this month. And we went on a little road trip so that my spouse could get out of the house for a little while. And we went to an elephant garlic festival. Shots of our garlic. Oh my god. Oh my god. We got some like cool oils and dipping sauces and stuff. I didn't do any shots of our garlic, though I did eat some garlic ice cream, and it was actually pretty good. My spouse looked at me like I was insane, but my friend and I actually really liked garlic ice cream. If I'm being so super for real with you all. Oh crap. Yep. I'm on the wrong side of the wall. Oh god. Okay. Oh, heck yeah. Nice. Ton of fun with this next art-ing. What's your next art-ing, Ginger? Oh, cute. Yeah, I've seen those little bowls before. We got, I got a fig vanilla balsamic vinegar. We got a Meyer lemon, olive oil. Trying to think what else we got. I tried a lot of garlic foods. We got a, like, jalapeno garlic pepper salmon spread. Oh, I got chili garlic oil. That's pretty great. I can't wait to saute a bunch of stuff in it. It reminded me a lot of like a fancy artisanal version of there used to be this stuff that was at my local grocery store that was called Mongolian fire oil. And I don't remember what brand made it, but I used to use it like a lot. And it was like fancy artisanal that, and that was pretty cool. You want fancy food now? Everybody come to my place. Well, not everybody. Friends that I've met in person ever, or like specifically really like, come to my place and I'll cook you meals at the same time as my spouse. Oh man. Do you all want to hear about like a weird food thing I did the other night? That I'm hoping some people will go, yeah, that's really cool and clever, and not like, that's weird and gross, hopefully. Do you want to hear about like a weird little food experiment that I did the other day? Yeah, Ethan and Amber, you'd be welcome in my house for dinner anytime. Okay, so it was a little weird feeling. It was like, even I understood like what I was about to do was kind of out of pocket. But I don't regret it yet. So, my spouse really likes tuna steaks, and I really like tuna steaks. No regrets at all. 0 regrets. So we really like tuna steaks a lot. And we have a Denobi, which is basically like a, what if a Dutch oven was made in Japan? For lack of a better way to put it. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a somewhat porous ceramic pot that has a lid that you bake stuff in. And it's really lovely. Anyway, so we love making tuna steaks, but a way that we've been making them since getting the Denobi is we'll throw some oil in there, we'll throw the tuna steaks in there, we'll marinate them a little bit, we'll toss them in there, and then we'll bake them in the marinade and the oil, and they turn out delightful, right? And big fan of how they turn out when you do that. Well, we used some of the Meyer lemon olive oil, but then that is really strong, and so it was the Meyer lemon olive oil cut with some regular olive oil, and then seasoned, and those turned out pretty well. But a thing that happens when you cook tuna steaks like that is that a bunch of like the fat from the steaks gets left in the oils at the bottom, which is pretty delightful for like dipping some bread in, if I'm being so real with you. But another thought came to mind after cooking them, right? So I cooked them, and then there's all this really gorgeous oil left in the bottom of the pan that now tastes like that's extra fatty in like the most delicious way, and tastes a bit like tuna steak, and is really well seasoned. And I went, it's kind of a waste that I'm gonna throw all of this oil out. Well, I have a bunch of canned tuna in the cabinet, and you might be thinking, what the hell? We're going from tuna steak to canned tuna. Hear me out. And well, I'm the only person in the house that gets down on like a tuna salad sandwich or anything. Sometimes I just want an easy meal, you know? And so I was like, oh man, there's all this delicious fat and oil and everything, and I don't want to just toss it. And so I threw it all into the cup for my immersion blender, and I threw an egg in there with just a slight touch extra oil, and I blended the shit out of it and emulsified it, and I made it into mayo. I made it into like delicious like lemon Caesar olive oil mayo. And it is fucking fire. Now mind you, because of because of all like the fats and stuff that were in there and like all the impurities and everything that were in it from having cooked with it already, it's not gonna last as long as other mayo, even other homemade mayo. Like I will have to go through it faster to make sure it's okay. But it's I kind of wish that when I added the touch more mayo, I had used a more neutral oil, because it is very olive oily, which is not actually my favorite quality in a mayo. But the lemon and the seasonings and spices and everything, the tuna fat, it all came together so well. It's really good, and it's making me really upset with myself that I've never thought to do that before with the oil left over from like big cooking things like this. Oh god, I still have to press the other button. Oh god, I thought that I only had to press the one. I thought it was either or. Oh god. I might die here. This might be how I die. Oh Christ. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 5, 4, 3. Oh! I made it. Scared. Chat, hold me. That was so close. Anyway, yeah, the mayo. Really pleased with myself. Clenched. Anyway, yeah, so that worked out really well. And it made way more mayo than I expected it to. I don't know what I was thinking. I ended up with 2 small containers of mayo. The tuna salad sandwiches that I have made with it since then have felt really gourmet. And sometimes I've just been like, I used it as a salad dressing. I used it on a sandwich. It's been delightful. So, kinda cannot recommend enough. Egg Pro Move, thank you. Thank you. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I own a blender. But ever since owning an immersion blender, my kitchen game has kind of changed. I didn't realize how much I was missing out on by not immersion blending things. We were given one as a wedding gift, and it is so good. Blend the sauce directly in the pan. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I immersion blend way too many things. It's it's so great. You need to remember where you put the blade attachment for yours. Like, I'm glad that I have an art blender and a food safe blender still. But at the same time, the immersion blenders are where it's fucking at. Ooh, curried carrot soup. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. I love a coconut carrot soup. My grandfather, when I was a kid, used to make carrot soup a lot. And then one time we used coconut milk and like coconut cream in it instead of normal. And That changed the recipe for life. But I do love a carrot soup as well, for sure. Red curry paste and coconut milk. Yeah. Mmm, delish. Man, this is making me hungry. I think tomorrow for dinner is gonna be tuna steaks the same way again, just maybe different seasoning. And then we like to slice them into thin strips on the bias. And then make a Caesar salad and make either we'll put it on top of the Caesar salad. Sometimes we do pasta or rice or something, but my favorite, especially in the summer, is to make the tuna steaks and slice them on the bias like that, and then put them on top of a Caesar salad. And if I'm feeling real, I don't know, there's a lot of things that make me feel like doing this, but I often make them into like tuna Caesar salad wraps, where I just like Caesar salad, the tuna slices of the baked tuna steaks or grilled tuna steaks. Wrap that bad boy up. What a summertime treat. So good. So I think we're gonna make more tuna steaks tomorrow over salad. Probably make them into wraps. Need to go fix something soon? Fair. Well, Quark, if I'm still streaming when you're done getting food, you'll have to tell me what you ended up getting. Inquiring minds will want to know. Okay, well, we've gotten multiple of the unlocks that we were going for with this playthrough. I survived more than 15 minutes with this character. We leveled up 2 of the Among Us DLC crossover items. I think I don't think I have other stuff I need to do on this, well, like with this set of things that's available. You don't have stuff or time to make anything actually good. Chicken salad at best with chicken, because you don't like fish or tuna. Fair. That's fair. As a pescatarian, there's the part of me that always wants to be like, I've heard people say that they don't like fish, but like certain fish dishes of mine, because they also don't like fish that's fishy, but fishy fish is usually fish that's about to turn anyway, like fish isn't supposed to be fishy. And so sometimes I'm like, I wonder if I could make you fish that you would like. But also, I know that some people just don't like stuff, and that's okay too. And nobody has to like anything, no matter how much anybody else likes it. So, that's just super valid. All this talk of tuna and mayo, though. I mean, you could live your best chicken salad life, and that's okay. You like whitefish more than other fish, and you don't do shellfish at all. Fair. That's fair. We had a roommate who used to hate fish, is what they said. They, like, really hated fish. But my spouse makes this super bomb fish chowder. And the chowder smelled so good that old roomie tried it. And then went, oh my god, what kind of chowder is this? And then went, wait, this is fish in this. And then decided that they didn't hate fish too much to like that chowder. And so, that was kind of adorable, actually. But there's never any need to like anything or feel pressured to try things you don't like. But if we're ever in the same place and you want to try something, I will cook for you happily. Oh my god, I need to banish that. I'm just gonna banish everything I don't want to level up anymore. I'm not evolving these things anyway. You loved fish when you were little. You remember eating sardines out of a can? I like kipper snacks more than I like canned sardines. But yeah, that's real. One day a switch flipped. You would 100% try something you made though. One time you actually did have scallops, they were great. Oh. Or once you did actually have them that were great. Nice. Hell yeah. I've dedicated my life to the pursuit of making fish dishes that are pretty palatable. Sometimes an experiment goes wrong, but for the most part, they're pretty alright. But also that's fair, sometimes stuff happens. Also your taste buds change over your life, and sometimes we eat something and it forms an association in our brain even if we don't remember when that thing happened. And you live in Maine and you can't eat lobster, it's wild. Yeah, that does sound weird. It sounds probably like people give you a hard time about that though. I'm gonna say something that's probably really validating though, I hope. Which is, I am a pescatarian. And I really like certain fish things a lot. And when it comes to seafood stuff, I'm usually willing to try something at least once, you know? But I haven't had a lot of crab or lobster that I actually like. Am I open to it? Sure. But, I don't know, I've never had, like, really great crab or really great lobster, I guess. So, in my mind, I'm like, I don't see what all the fuss is about over either of these things. And so, I feel you. I feel like if I was in Maine with you, I'd just be like, okay, it's lobster, whatever. It's whatever. I wonder if any of these are things that I have not evolved yet that I could evolve. I mean, I could just go garlic because it's my favorite. But I think being this far in, maybe we'll do a greatest jubilee. Get some fireworks going. All the glitter. Ooh, maybe we curry chicken salad. Yeah, combined Ianyo's curry soup talk and my meat salad talk, and make yourself a curry meat salad. Most excellent, yes, good. Yes, and the mayo talk. And the mayo talk. I'm glad to help inspire anything. Seriously though, it was a great way to reuse some delicious fats. And eliminate some food waste. I don't know about y'all, and this is probably to a greater extent than a lot of people feel about this. Like, a lot of people are like, not pro food waste, but I'm like really anti food waste. I grew up with two grandparents raising me who grew up during the Great Depression. And I mean, I really feel like the way that I was raised, the people who were, for all intents and purposes, my parents, treated food waste almost as if we were like talking about murder or something. What the hell? What the hecky heck are you? Oh my god, what? You're so gross, dude. Hey, can you go away now, actually? You were really icky. You're freaky and I don't like your face. Can you leave? Oh no. Okay, well, at least be somewhere where my knives can hit. Yeah, I really can't stand food waste. Like, if food is rotten or something, then I will throw that out. Like, if it's dangerous to eat, or if it's like gonna you know, if it's gonna be perilous to try to eat it, I understand that has to go. I also have a mold allergy, and like, if there's mold on food, like, that's gotta go. That can kill me. But then I feel just the worst. I feel like I feel like such a monster for letting it get bad to begin with, you know? So no, I feel that. I feel your grandma on that, honestly. Also, Cthulhu is awful. Ginger, how dare you? I hope you are proud of yourself, because that is awful. Oh man. I do like the light show. We're having a party now, y'all. Fork, the worst part is you said wouldn't let you throw out the like half rotten kale, and all I could think is, well, I mean, it was only half rotten, the other half wasn't rotten. If you throw out the rotten half and then use the not rotten half immediately. And so, like, I get it. I kind of understand. Half rotten means there's a non-half rotten part. When it comes to something like kale, you know, if it's all like one sealed container of something, half rotten is rotten enough, but then it might as well all be rotten. But when it's leaves, half those leaves aren't rotten, baby. So I understand. Lady is 93, just had a hip replacement surgery, was walking again the same day. You know? Yeah. My grandparents who raised me, my grandmother passed away many years ago, but my grandfather who raised me just passed away in December, right before his 102nd birthday. And most of his life mottos that I carry with me, like, I carry a lot of things about him with me as like life lessons and parts of my personality and stuff forever. But most of like the mottos I can think of that he had are all food related. Like, life is too short to eat food that you don't like. was a thing that he raised me on. And that's not to say, you know, anything against moderation or any of the other stuff that people immediately bring up when I say that. But you know, I think it's good advice to live by for sure. You're sensitive to food waste, but also make way too big portions, so you end up with a lot extra. You know, as long as you're comfortable with eating leftovers or finding ways to reuse leftovers into something new, I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing, Ethan. Hey, Grim Reaper? Grim Reaper? I'm working over here. Let me cook. Grim Reaper, let me cook. Fine. You're medium okay at eating leftovers. Fair. Okay, we unlocked horse? What? What? Okay, so we unlocked a new character. I guess 2 new characters? Horse? Horse? What? What the hell are you? Hoomst? Okay, hold on. I have no idea what this is. But I have to know more. Time to go be horse. Actually, I don't know if horse's thing levels up. And if it levels up, it's probably with the Among Us map items. So back to this map one more time with horse. Why is the yellow one just like so much more cursed? There. Oh no. I kind of just want to know more about this weapon. What? Oh, I just throw hats at people. What? What is happening? Why horse? Why so long? Hi, Brio. Horse hungry. Look at my horse is amazing. Give it a lick, it tastes just like raisin. I mean, what? 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 Him's a horse. I don't know what to tell you, Brio. Hats. Yeah, I guess this item is just called hats. Mine is truly special. Hi, Oni. If I just stand still, do I do enough damage to fight off the hordes? It's doing okay. Yeah, that's why it's amazing. I think I remember all the lyrics to that song even now. Even to this very day. Look at my horse is amazing. Give it a lick, it tastes just like raisins. Have a stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane. And then it turns back again when you tug on its winky. Ooh, that's dirty. Oh, do you think so? Well, I better show you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade. Sweet lemonade, yeah, sweet lemonade. Get on my horse, take you round the universe and to other places too. Then I'll show you. I think you'll find that the universe pretty much covers everything. Shut up, woman, and get on my horse. I love the I think you'll find that the universe pretty much covers everything. Is probably my favorite line in that whole song, if I'm being honest. You should just yell when he tugs on his winky. Good. Good. I'm so glad to have helped. Fantastic. And yeah, Brio, I don't know when Vampire Survivors got like a Among Us, but it does. And so I was just gonna play a little bit of Vampire Survivors after doing some Vampire Crawlers earlier, and then we were gonna end the stream with Vampire Therapist. But it's so hot in here, and my computer's fan is being picked up by my microphone if I'm not very careful, because it's just so warm. So I might not stream late enough to play a third game. But I thought I would at least hang and unlock a few more things in this game while we vibin' for a bit. I've been checking on my spouse roughly every hour, and they're doing okay, and so I figured I'd stream a little bit late tonight as we continue the experiment of seeing how long I can stream at a time and still do what I need to do in a day here and not put my spouse out by being online the whole time. The professor did show me a song from TikTok of a guy asked his barber for a mullet and got like the Lord Farquaad page boy thing instead. I mean, he looked fully like a little lad who loved berries and cream. And somebody songified the like comments roasting him. My favorite comment that was sung was probably, "What does your barber do for a living?" Oh wait, I think I can... Hold on. Yep. This might be the next, help. And for anybody who doesn't know what I mean by help,
I am in space. On the moon. Help. I am losing oxygen. I'm gonna suffocate.
Anyway, it might be the next one of those. We'll see.
Yeah, dude, I said I wanted a mullet, and this is what the barber gave me.
Look sick, my lord. That is peak Farquaad. My guy walk in, wanting the mullet, come out, ruling the kingdom. Did you specify what century you wanted the mullet to come from? Maybe they didn't hear you correctly. Go to Renaissance Fair immediately. That's the berries and cream. How many shillings did you pay for this cut? The bangs are a little short, but other than that, I hate it. Tomfoolery in the front, knavery in the back. Was your stylist from far, far away? What does your barber do for a living? He gave you the one to buckle my shoe special. Dude, she gave you the jack of diamonds. Do you know the muffin man? You're late for a chess match. It's gonna be okay, Hansel. It'll grow back in a fortnight, my lord. Business in the front, Renaissance in the back. That's not a mullet, that's a Hamlet.
Yeah, dude, I said I wanted a mullet, and this is what the barber...
There's some absolute bangers in that song. Tomfoolery in the front, knavery in the back is also very good. Yeah. That's a berries and cream for sure. As a mulleter, no. Also, for anybody who doesn't know what berries and cream means, I don't know who remembers these commercials, but there was a really weird era in commercials.
Berries and cream starburst?
Pardon me, what kind of starburst did you just say?
Berries and
berries. Berries and what else?
cream?
Berries and cream! Oh, hurrah!
Oh, hurrah!
Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. Berries and cream, berries and cream. Oh, I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream.
Yeah, that was a whole thing.
When I was a little lad, if I wanted berries and cream, Mummy made me do the little lad dance. Now Mummy's gone. But I still like to do the little lad dance. Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. Up the octave, go for it. Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy. Anyway, it's wild to me that this guy has shorter bangs than the little lad. I think that actually is the worst part of this guy's non-mullet, is that he has even shorter bangs than the little lad. And that's rough. That's... Ooh. How unfortunate. What a shame. I'm checking something really quick. I don't know. I guess we'll find out what evolves other stuff later. Oh, right. I need to unmute this. The 2000s were an experience. Yeah. Peak middle school, high school for you. Yeah. that era of commercials and like the Sponge Monkeys for Quiznos. We love the moon. What a time to be alive. They have a pepper bar. We love the moon. As somebody, we love the sauce. Yeah, I love the Sponge Monkeys. The Sponge Monkeys are actually pretty great. I will say that as somebody who grew up really, maybe not grew up, well, kind of. You'll know what I mean. As somebody who, as they were coming out, really enjoyed things like salad fingers, I feel like that era of commercials hit, you know? Like that era of commercials lined up with what we were consuming on like Newgrounds and Albino Black Sheep, and it was, yes, my spoon was too big, and I liked rusty spoons, and honestly, I'm gonna throw it out there, I think that the return of Ganondorf on Newgrounds was underrated media. And if even one person right now says that they are not familiar with The Return of Ganon by Legendary, I think Legendary Frog, but The Return of Ganon, I will stop everything, and that's just what we're going to do before stream ends, is watch The Return of Ganon. This might just be the time. We figured out what horse does. I don't even know if we're doing anything else. We just needed to figure out what the hell horse is and does. There's no goal for this run. So maybe it's make sure everybody knows one of the best Legend of Zelda memes to ever meme. But yeah, that era of commercials was really, really spectacular. Spoon Too Big was a good time. Okay, I want to try my best to get the things needed for the last evolution so I can start picking up stuff. As long as I'm not ripping this run anyway. But yeah, horse is weird. I don't like Long Among Us. I don't know about this. I was kind of planning on ending stream around 9 anyway. So this might be the last run either way. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, Spoon Too Big is one that I don't think about often enough, I think. What classics? As someone who still listens to Lemon Demon, I have feelings about this conversation, and they're mostly really excited. You know? It was a good era. I mean, not everything in the world was good, but there was a lot of good stuff. Lemon Demon mention! Yeah. Do you have any favorite Lemon Demon songs? It doesn't have to be like your favorite of all time. There has to be a correct answer, but do you have any that you particularly like? I feel like every fall Pumpkin Pie ends up being listened to again, you know? Ultimate Showdown. Redesign your logo. Classics. Good, good. Good, good, good. Yeah, that's just a classic for sure. I want to get out of this corner. There we go. Oh, Brody Quest's fun. Yeah. Stickly. And he'd sing right to me. Stickly. P.O. Box 963. New York City, New York State. 10108. 10108. Good times. Oh, Stickly. I think I got the address right, even after all this time. I'll have to check my homework in a second. When I'm not running for my life. Oh god. Is this just when we go to old memes instead? Do I let a beaten horse die and we just meme? Because I don't think Hats evolves yet. If there will ever be an evolution, it doesn't exist right now, I'm pretty sure. We were just goofing. We were just goofing and vibing and figuring out what a horse does. We were just figuring out what is horse... Oh yeah, I'm about to die anyway. There's no way. No. I didn't press the button, so... Is the emergency gonna emergency me? Oh no, it just... caused a bad thing to happen. It didn't actually kill me. Kaze! Oh my gosh, Kaze, hello. You might be coming in right at the end of Vampire Survivors runs. And for a little, like, 2000s nostalgia that definitely won't have happened and won't be in the VOD later, for sure. Of course. Obviously. And then, you might have made it just in time for the just goofing and catching up and memeing, and definitely nothing that anybody has seen, because it definitely won't have happened. For sure. I did not mean to pick that up, but that's okay. Horse can just horse. Kaze, how are you? What were you up to, my friend? How was your stream? Magical Hat Hype. Oh my gosh, thank you for 58 freaking months on a 27-month streak. Oh, also, I'm sure all of you will notice at some point, but because I've been gone for 2 months, and it was a really long break, and it was like for 5 ever. Now that I'm back, there's a special set of badges that you get just by hanging out with me here, celebrating me coming back. There's a special one-time only set of badges for watching this week and next week, and for subscribing, and the top 10 gifters will also end up with special badges. And then when we celebrate 7 years as affiliate and 11 years as a streamer, Saturday after this, as like one big shindig, then there will be special badges just for that day only, and then all the special badges will be gone again. But it's just my little thank you for still being here when I came back, you know. Kase, what were you up to before your raid? What was your stream today? That's okay. I'm okay with having died. We unlocked a bunch of stuff. We unlocked secrets. We were gonna evolve the Santa Javelin. That's my bad. We did get our last Legacy of Moonspell thing, though. And we got like half of these. We got 9 out of 20 now. Hell yeah. Thank you for the vampire section of today, everybody, and thank you for hanging out and all the stuff. Appreciate you. And that's where the YouTube video is gonna end for sure. Okay, so Lemon Demon. Old memes. Wahaha. Okay, this is fine. Everything is fine. This was so fun. Ultimate Showdown, Stick Stickly. Right, Stick Stickly. I think I got it right. Also, I just kind of want to hear this song again.
I remember when I was just a boy. Summer afternoons would fill me up with joy. I'd sit right down,
turn on the TV. Every day I'd giggle mischievously.
I remember laughing like a buffoon when I'd watch him on Nick in the afternoon. He was my favorite thing about Nick. Yes, that little popsicle stick Lee. And he'd sing right to me, Stick Lee, P.O. Box 963, New York City, New York State, 10108.
I did get it right. Yes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It was right. Sick. I don't think I could get it if it wasn't to the tune. If I didn't sing it earlier, I don't think I would have gotten it right. But Stick Stickly, P.O. Box 963, New York City, New York State, 10108 is peak. Chicken curry salad, 10 out of 10. Nice. Hell yeah. I really like... I listen to this song like every year. I don't listen to it all the time anymore. Is this the fan animation I'm thinking of, or is it a different one? No. No, I think of this animation, I'm pretty sure. No, don't. Ads. Stop. Stop. I mean, I listen to sometimes just the song, but I don't know if everyone's seen this video before.
There lived a merchant in the days of old, who is remembered for the things he sold. No silly trinkets.
I listen to this every time I make a pumpkin pie. I just need you to know. If you want to window into my kitchen.
Delicious pumpkin pie, which he presented to the passers-by. Before the sunset, he'd be overdrive. No food could buy the whole supply. He lived alone, and every night he sat upon a throne of pumpkin pie. I don't know his name. His name, he never wanted all the fame that came with pumpkin pie.
Kaze, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for being here. I missed you so much. I miss streaming. I will be live again every weekday this weekend, next week. And then big shindig stream is Saturday of next week. And then I leave again the next week for PAX West. But I'll only be gone at PAX West, and I'll also be making content from there and checking the internet more. So there's that at least. But I missed you too. Have a good rest of the night. Bye. Get some good sleep.
His pumpkin pies became the next big thing. Soon he was called upon to feed the king, and they'd sing.
I like the horse pig dog.
The pie of pumpkin filled the king with glee. He offered a castle for the recipe, but the merchant wouldn't even give it up for free. No, not he. No, not he. Hey, he lived alone, and every night he sat upon a throne of pumpkin pie. I do not know his name, but he said his name. He never wanted all the fame that came with pumpkin pie.
Seriously though, I like literally listen to this song every time I make a pumpkin pie. The poor pumpkin merchant ending up in jail. So sad.
Soon the merchant found himself in a torture chamber underground. Tied and bound, he sighed and frowned. And so they tortured him for night and day. They made him scream so much his hair turned gray. But as for the recipe, he would not say. They could not flay his pride away.
They could not flay his pride away. Oof.
Every night he sat upon a throne of pumpkin pie. I do not know his name. His name, he never wanted all the pain.
That being said, The Return of Ganondorf. We're actually gonna watch the full thing for this one. Oh my god, it's been a while since I've been on Newgrounds. It is by Legendary Frog. This video came out June of 2003. So if you'll go back 23 years with me, if you'll go back 23 years with me for a moment to one of the videos I was most obsessed with on the internet as a Zelda fan. Joseph. Wow, government naming Legendary Frog is wild, Yanyo. Wow, Ethan. Hell yeah. This, I lived for this, but clearly you're familiar because you just government named Legendary Frog. but I love this so much. And it's not the same watching it on YouTube because of the interactive part.
Hello, my friend. I am Link. That's right, Link. The hero of time, the wielder of the Master Sword, the keeper of the Triforce of Courage. Anyway, a few years back, I helped lock Ganon, the great king of evil, into the Sacred Realm. Oh, it was a fierce battle. But just recently, Ganondorf returned to Hyrule. He claimed he was a changed man, that he had seen the light and put his dark past behind him. Yeah, right. So I set off to spy on the thief. At first, I didn't see anything too evil. He didn't go around maiming people or anything. The
Song was catchy though. Do 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 do.
I knew he wouldn't do anything dastardly out in the open, so I snuck into his room at night using my awesome ninja skills.
No, not the Master Sword. Curse you, Link. Curse you. No, not there! Oh, it was only a dream. What makes me so angry? What makes me want to...
Yes?
Makes me want to...
Yes?
Volunteer at the soup kitchen. Come, Ganny! There's hungry mouths to feed.
I love squeezing Ganny.
What? Who is that? Oh, Link.
You are here.
Glad you're here. I have something for you.
This is it. Come on, Ganondorf. Bring it on.
Now where is it? I found it. I've been waiting a long time for this moment. Can you ever forgive me?
I am sorry I made you sad.
Yes.
Yes, that's wonderful. Now I must be off. Make yourself at home.
And help yourself to anything in the fridge. Oh, Ganon.
Well, I figured that Ganondorf didn't try to kill me there because he knew I would totally kick his butt.
I love the reenactment.
I remembered he was invited to Zelda's slumber party. I knew he was up to something. Something evil.
So, Zelda, tell the truth. Do you have a crush on Link?
I'm not telling you.
Come on, tell us. Spill the beans, girl.
I still say spill the beans, girl, because of this.
What? You all do.
Oh, yeah, right.
So what about you, Ganondorf? Any
Secret crushes? I quote this so much.
An item, but she turned traitorous. I imprisoned her in a statue. Now she is nothing to me.
Oh, here we go. Pent up rage.
Whenever I think about it, I just...
Okay. First the crying, then the rage.
Whenever I'm upset, I eat.
Get with the rage already.
I'm sorry. I lost control. Say, I have an idea that's to die for.
It's the rage. I know it is.
Let's do the chicken dance.
There you have it. Undeniable proof that Ganondorf will one day come and smite us all. Smite us, I say.
Smite us good. They just can't see it.
Are they
blind? Blind as a keys, if you ask me. Let them see it.
I'll
Make them see it.
They'll call me crazy, but I'm not crazy.
I'm the only one that's not crazy.
Thanks, Navi. I lost control. Come on, let's go fishing. You're next.
Bait. Oh, I love this video so much. I love this video so much. 23 years later, and I still quote it all the time. Scanny as himself.
DJ Luke rocks the house. 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 Rocks the house. Rocks the house. Rock it.
Classic. Yeah. Trying to find, so that's that, but where's the other? I do like that there was a, like, print the characters thing. It doesn't work anymore, but that was always pleasing. There's another thing you can click, and it creates, like, it starts the other little short that's in here, though, honestly, this was the best part of this, for sure, by far. But yeah, Legendary Frog, good times. Also the Lord of the Rings videos, yeah. Hi, Sonic! Ah, the good old days. I freaking love this video so much. I also loved, you know, a lot of the other things we were talking about. There were some gems on Albino Black Sheep and on Newgrounds, and the AMVs for so many Lemon Demon songs. But talking too much about how this video is already over 23 years old does make my back hurt a little bit extra. It does make me feel crunchier than before somehow. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. I just aged 70 years, yeah. Albino Black Sheep. Hey, bud. I don't feel comfortable just clicking on anything that's in here, but we can watch some Ultimate Showdown via Albino Black Sheep just cuz.
Old Godzilla was hopping around.
Let's do that.
City like a big playground when suddenly Batman burst from the shade and hit Godzilla with a bat grenade. Godzilla got pissed and began to attack, but didn't expect to be blocked by Shaq, who proceeded to open up a can of Shaq Fu when Aaron Carter came out of the blue and he started.
The wink from Aaron Carter is perfect.
They both got flattened by the Batmobile, but before we could make it back to the Batcave, Abraham Lincoln popped out of his grave and took an AK-47 out from under his.
Wait, hold on. Can we all appreciate Abe Raham as if Raham was the last name and the gravestone reads, "I've got a Lincoln log"? It's the little things in life, you know. I mean, I could. I kind of want to end stream soon, Leah. Could I do a private one for you later? My computer's just overheating really bad, and I was planning on ending stream kind of soon. I'm happy to do a private one for you, though.
Trying to get steady when Abraham Lincoln came back with a machete, but suddenly something caught his leg and he tripped. Indiana Jones took him out with his whip. Then he saw God.
This video is so legendary. A Care Bear stare. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Could bounce like as an explosion. As far as the eye can see, only one will survive. I wonder who it will be. This is the ultimate showdown.
Angels sang out in
An immaculate chorus. As down from the heavens descended Chuck Norris,
who delivered a kick which could shatter bones.
It's so interesting seeing which characters were in the background just now.
Of Indiana Jones, who fell over on the ground, writhing in pain, as Batman changed back into Bruce Wayne. But Chuck saw through his clever disguise, and he crushed Batman's head in between his thighs. Then Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White and Monty Python and the Holy Grail's Black Knight and Benito Mussolini and the Blue Meanie and Cowboy Curtis and John B. the Genie, Robocop, the Terminator, Captain Kirk and Darth Vader, Lopan, Superman, every single Power Ranger, Bill S. Preston and Theodore Logan, Spock, the Rock, Doc Ock and Hulk Hogan all came out of nowhere, lightning fast, and they kicked Chuck Norris in his cowboy ass. It was the bloodiest battle that the world ever saw, with civilians looking on until the law. The fight raged on for a century, many lives were claimed, but eventually the champion stood. The rest saw their better, Mr. Rogers in a bloodstained sweater. This is the ultimate showdown, ultimate destiny. Good guys, bad guys, and explosions. As far as the eye can see, and only one will survive. I wonder who it will be. This is the ultimate showdown. This is the ultimate showdown. This is the ultimate showdown. Ultimate destiny.
Leah? Ma'am. Oh no. No. Don't autoplay the next one. Nope. Albino Black Sheep. Good times. Okay. So we're gonna end stream really soon here. But just for giggles. Leah, what did you just do? Ma'am? I will deal with that later. Mr. Weebles came up earlier. Oh, this feels so wrong. Don't show me his face. It feels so wrong. Out here government naming everybody and doing all the things. Oh man, rotate your owl. I totally forgot about rotate your owl. That's not what I wanted. Weeble and Bob takes you back. Yeah, right? A Weeble song came up earlier. But instead of going to the obvious, I want to double check to see how many of you remember this one in particular. There's owls in the Navy. He's the king of the beavers.
The king of the beavers. You cannot deceive us and you can't fool us. The king of the beavers. The king of the beavers. You cannot deceive us and you can't fool us.
Good times. Okay. All right, my friends. My computer is like crazy hot and trying to give up the ghost a little bit. And I am also made out of more sweat than not at this point in a way that is like really unfortunate. You can hear my mic is struggling because it keeps picking up my overworking computer fans. So I think, thank you for the memories. And they were all super great. We're gonna find some place to go on a little raid. No, not that song. Not that song. We don't need two trucks having sex. Hold on. My favorite Lemon Demon song is what we're going to go out on. Thank you all so much. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Don't forget to be awesome. I will see you all next time. I'm going to find somebody to raid. Thank you for all the love today. I'm going to raid into Shrum for Community Tuesday. Thank you, Sailor Light, Analog Amber, Erica Please, and Kaze Valeria for the raids. Thank you, everybody, for the resubs and the gift subs. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the power-ups. Thank you for the follows. Thank you to my mods. Enjoy some extra Mask of My Own Face by Lemon Demon on our way out. Bye, friends. I will see you tomorrow. There are raid messages in chat. The top one has my emotes, the bottom one does not. Please go support my friend Shrum. He's one of the best people I know. If you want to join the Discord, there's the link. If you want to find me on any of the socials to know what's going on, my Linktree and my website link them all. Good night. I'd wear that mask of my own face. I'd wear that. I'd wear that. Goodbye.